Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursaleen Sayyidina wa nabiyyina wa maulana Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa sahbihi ajmeen. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Sadaqallahu al-azim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All thanks and praises due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow His choicest blessings on the beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. On behalf of the Islamic Network, I'm Fakhri Hassan. Would like to welcome you again. Inshallah, if yesterday is anything to go by, I'm sure inshallah today we will again have an interesting session for you today. Today, as you probably have seen from your from the program, we will be starting first up with Maulana Imran N Hosein. We'll be dealing with the very important topic of Ya'juj and Ma'juj and Dajjal in the modern age. That will be the first session. We'll go until about 11 o'clock. Following that, we'll have tea. And at about 20 past 11, we will reconvene here. And the next topic will be of great importance also to everybody, because it is an Islamic response to Dajjal's sexual revolution. I think something that not just we in this country, but in many countries across the world, this is an issue that is being hotly debated at the moment. That will take us, the Q&A, that will take us up to Dhuhr. And after Dhuhr, we will reconvene here, well, lunch, of course, very importantly. By the way, it's chicken biryani and curry today. So, we will then reconvene here after lunch for a Q&A, a very important Q&A and discussion on the issues that has been that the seminar has focused on. So, inshallah, we're looking forward to a very exciting day. Just one or two aspects that I need to inform you about. This seminar is being live streamed on www.imranhosein.org, and you can also find much of the information on the Facebook page, Imran Hosein. One or two others. Don't forget also about the program, the continuing program after this in next week. We will be on Tuesday at Park Road Masjid at 7, and that will be an introduction to religious thought. And on Thursday at Brooklyn Masjid, confronting sectarianism as well as Surah Kaf, focusing on the Shia-Sunni debate. So inshallah, let's commence with the program. I'm sure if we can focus as a preface to Maulana's talk, that the hadith where the Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam says that, where it's reflected that when the first of them passed the Sea of Galilee, they started drinking from the water of Sea of Galilee. And when the last of them passed, they said there was once water here. And I think that kind of frames the context of what we're talking about, because today what is happening in the Holy Land is precisely based on the very topic that we are about to hear. So Maulana Imran Hosein, please proceed with your talk, inshallah.
نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. There are two people I have never met so far, so I don't know about them. One is named Facebook, and the other is named Twitter. So when I hear these words, they sound strange to me. I understand you have to get on Facebook. I don't know why under or by side. You have to be on Facebook. And they count how many people you have with you on Facebook and so on. So you can look at it, but I don't have interest in that. The organizers of the seminar have put, because of constraints of time, Gog and Magog and Dajjal together in the same session, indicating that you're not to get more than just an overview of the subject. We're not going to be able to penetrate the subject to any extent whatsoever. But we do have my book at the back on the subject, an Islamic view of Gog and Magog in the modern world. And on Dajjal, I'm still trying to write the book. Probably take another 2 years or so, because I'm not getting the time to write. But when I first started lecturing on Gog and Magog, some of you must have been just babies crawling around. And people thought I'd gone crazy. Nobody else was talking about Gog and Magog. And it was in a country called South Africa that a man once confronted me. Why are you talking about this subject? Why don't you concentrate on the Quran? I said, this is a level of ignorance that now prevails in the world of Islam. So let us begin with the Quran, shall we? To honor his request. In Suratul Kahf, of course, probably he has less than a passing acquaintance with the Quran to have made that comment. In Suratul Kahf of the Quran, we have the first reference to Gog and Magog in the Quran. And in Suratul Anbiya, we have the second and the last reference to Gog and Magog in the Quran. There are only two. But it will be beneficial if we preface our explanation of the Quranic references with this hadith, which I quoted 2 days ago, I think, that the companions of the Prophet ﷺ were sitting talking amongst themselves when he, the Prophet ﷺ, came and asked, "What are you talking about?" And they said, we're talking about the signs of the last day, alamatus sa'ah. And he then responded, sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa sallam, to say that the last day would not come until, and then he mentioned 10 signs. And these are normally known as the 10 major signs. And there are many, many, many other signs beside these 10. Like, for example, the advent of Imam al-Mahdi, alayhi salam, which is not in the 10. I don't see anything minor about them, but they call the minor signs. And these are called the major signs. What are the 10? I don't have the time to question you this morning, so you're lucky. I mentioned that they were not given in the chronological order in which they will occur. Number 1 is Dajjal, al-Masih al-Dajjal, Dajjal who will seek to impersonate the true Messiah. The true Messiah, said Nabi Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, the true Messiah will return. The voice of Muhammad sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wasallam is the most powerful voice in all of history to prophesy that Jesus alayhi salam will return. When he comes back, said the Prophet ﷺ, he'll come back as Hakim, one who rules. Rules from where? From Jerusalem. And he would be Hakimun Adil. He will rule with justice, indicating that that which would precede it would be rule that would be unjust and oppressive. But before he comes back, said the Prophet ﷺ, Allah will release into the world someone whom Allah created and Allah programmed to impersonate the Messiah, and he is the false Messiah or Dajjal. And he operates by deception. He gives you a 6 and it makes it look like a 9. He comes with two things, a river and a fire. But his river is a fire, and his fire is the cool waters of a river. And whoever falls in his river would have his load of sins increased. And whoever falls in his fire would have his load of sins decreased. So this is indeed a serious matter, because this man has the capacity to make the road to heaven look like the road to hell, and take the road to hell and make it look like the road to heaven. So he comes with a fitna, a test and a trial. And the Prophet ﷺ said that this would be the greatest fitna that mankind would experience from the time of Adam alayhi salam to the last day, indicating that the scholars of Islam, they got work to do. No other subject is as important as this one. So you would expect nearly every other khutbah from the mimbar would focus on Dajjal. Did you hear that? I wonder how often you've heard a khutbah from the mimbar on Dajjal. Number 2, Gog and Magog. And the methodology is that we must first turn to the Quran, not to history, not to a book written by Tom or Dick or Harry, but to history. The methodology is we must first turn to the Quran, not to the Hadith, the Quran. And when we turn to the Quran, we find out that Gog and Magog are agents of fasad. Fasad is sinful conduct. And sins can only be committed by human beings or jinn. So Gog and Magog have to be either human beings or jinn. But when we study the literature, the Quran first and the Hadith second, we find out they can't be jinn. So immediately at the very beginning, we know we're dealing with human beings, not some creatures crawling around underneath the earth, somewhere behind some mountain underneath the earth. Got a lot of fairy tales in this subject, do we have it? Yeah? They're human beings because they commit fasad. There are only 3 creations of Allah. There are angels, there are jinn, and there are human beings. 3 classes of beings. If there is a 4th or a 5th, please let me know. I don't know anymore. And angels don't commit sin, so they have to be either human beings or jinn. And when we eliminate the jinn, we are left with only human beings. That's the beauty of utilizing the methodology of going first to the Quran. And then there is the third one, that the son of Mary will descend, the return of Nabi Isa alayhi salam, the true Messiah. Number 4, Dukhan or smoke. Number 5, Dabbatul Ard, or the beast or creature of the land. And it appears to be Ardul Muqaddasa, the Holy Land, and Allah knows best. Number 6, that the sun will rise from the west. Number 7, 8, and 9. 3, khusuf, plural of khas. And a khas is an earthquake which results in a sinking down of the earth. The earth sinks down and swallows what it swallows. Number 7 is a khas from the east. Number 8 is a khas in the west. Number 9, a khas in Arabia. And this one is going to swallow an army that is coming to attack Imam al-Mahdi. And then there is sign number 10, that the fire will come out of Yemen and drive people to their place of hashar, of assembly for judgment. So these are known as the 10 major signs. And today we focus on number 1 and number 2. In the case of both number 1 and number 2, we find well, there is no direct reference to Dajjal in the Quran, but most certainly indirect references. But in the case of Gog and Magog, I said there were 2. Why does the Quran not refer to Dajjal by name? Number 1, because we don't know his name. This is not his name. This is just a term by which he is described, al-Masih al-Dajjal. So why does the Quran not refer to him, whatever be his name? It appears to me, and Allah knows best, that the divine intent, the divine wisdom, is to keep a cover over this subject in order to keep them guessing. You will recall that the Quraysh did not know how to judge the claim of one who was born in their midst, who grew up in their midst, and who impressed them with his character to such an extent that they gave him the title Al-Amin. We have an Amin here in the gathering today as well. Al-Amin, the trustworthy one. And lo and behold, when he reaches the age of 40, he announces that Allah has appointed him as a prophet, a Nabi. Nabi is the one who prophesies. Rasul is the messenger of Allah. He is a Nabi, Nabi Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, like unto Ibrahim alayhi salam, and all the Arabs knew him. Like unto Ismail alayhi salam, all the Arabs knew about Ismail alayhi salam, etc. How can we judge whether or not he is indeed a prophet? So they sent a delegation to Yathrib, now called Medina, to the Jews, because the Jews have always had prophets. The rabbis responded and said, ask him these 3 questions which only a prophet can answer. Question 1, ask him about the story of the young man in the cave. Question 2, ask him about the great traveler who traveled to the 2 ends of the earth. And question 3, ask him about the ruh. We don't have the time to analyze these 3 questions and the answers now. But in my book, Surah Al-Kahf in the Modern Age, you'll find an analysis of all these 3 questions and the answers. And in that analysis, we found that the target, the real target of question 1 was Dajjal. They wanted to know whether he knew about Dajjal. The real target of question 2 was Gog and Magog. And question 3 was a diversion to seek to divert his attention, cunningly crafted. And the Quran responded. Question 3, Allah repeated the question before answering it. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ. And they question thee, O Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, about the ruh. Remember, nothing happens by accident in the Quran. Nothing happened by accident. Question 2, Allah answered it. But He first repeated the question before He answered it. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنْ ذِي الْقَرْنَيْنِ. And they question thee about Dhul Qarnayn. But in answering question 1, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not repeat the question. Why? This is in addition to what we mentioned earlier, that there is no direct reference to Dajjal in the Quran. Why not? Here is additional evidence of a divine intent, the work of the divine wisdom to put a cover over this subject about Dajjal, to keep them guessing. But concerning Gog and Magog, the Quran addresses the subject. And in Surah Al-Kahf, the second question is answered about the great traveler who traveled to the two ends of the earth. That's all that they ask about. The first journey and the second. But in answering the question, Allah went on to speak about the third journey, because He knew that is the real target of the question. And then in the third journey, we are introduced to Gog and Magog. In dealing with the subject, we need to address number 1, identity. Who are Gog and Magog? Number 2, what is their mission? Number 3, what is their destiny? What is their end? How will they end? And number 4, what is the nature of the relationship between Gog and Magog and Dajjal? That's your homework. Those of you who have a passion for knowledge, those of you who have a restlessness in your heart, that they may hunger over a Mercedes-Benz motor car. I'll live for it, I'll die for it. And these may be hungering over a job and a house in a high status area. But me, my heart hungers for knowledge. We do not have the time to focus attention on identity, as to who are Gog and Magog. But we would confine ourselves to mentioning that they are human beings, as we mentioned earlier. And there is a geographical location that can easily be identified. And it has to be in the region of the Caucasus Mountains, with Russia on that side, and the road to Jerusalem on this side. There is a hint as big as the Table Mountains in the Quran that when Zulkarnain traveled in the direction of the setting of the sun, remember, he has to be north of the Holy Land. How did he come to that conclusion? That he has to be north of the Holy Land. We came to that conclusion because of the hadith that Fakhri mentioned at the beginning, that when Gog and Magog are released, the first of them will pass by the Sea of Galilee on their way to where? Detroit? on their way to Jerusalem, to Baitul. The hadith does not mention Jerusalem, it says Baitul Maqdis. And the Sea of Galilee is north of Jerusalem. So you've got to be coming from the north to pass by the Sea of Galilee on your way to Jerusalem. That's how we came to the conclusion. So we're looking at a territory north of the Holy Land. And when he travels in the direction of the setting of the sun, he comes across a body of water. There are only two bodies of water to the left, on the west, when you're going north. The two are, I hope you did some geography, the two are the Mediterranean Sea, and then north of the Mediterranean Sea is another sea called the Black Sea. The Black Sea. And the Quran describes this body of water as Aynun Hamiyah, dark and murky, indicating that visibility under the water is small. And this is precisely the nature of the Black Sea. That's why it got its name, the Black Sea. Whereas in the Mediterranean Sea, you can see a few meters down, the water is clearer. The Black Sea has so much, I think it's called algae, that you can only see a meter or so underneath. And so, the commentator of the Quran, Ibn Kathir, like so many others at the beginning of Islam, had no doubt in their mind that when the Quran spoke of Aynun Hamiyah, it was referring to the Black Sea. And then he traveled in the direction of the rising of the sun, and there had to be a spot where he had to stop to watch the sun rising. There's another sea out there, and that's which sea is it? Caspian Sea. And I do wish we had enough time to dwell on the subject because it's so fascinating. And in between, he goes north and he comes across the pass between the mountains. And that's the Caucasus Mountains. And it is in this pass between the mountains that he builds the barrier. The people who were located there were a people لا يفقهون قولا لا يكادون يفقهون قولا. You could not understand their language. In other words, they did not speak a language that was in any way similar to the languages of that region. They did not speak a language which bore any similarity to the languages of that region. And that is precisely the characteristic of the Georgian language. And these people ask Zulkarnain to build a barrier to protect them from Gog and Magog. But Allah has given him the power to pursue any objective he chose to pursue. Why would he agree to build a barrier? There's only one logical implication. He doesn't have the power to destroy them. I have created, this is Hadith al-Qudsi, Sahih Muslim, creatures of mine so powerful that none but I can destroy them. Not even Osama bin Laden. Only I can destroy them. And he builds, they ask him to build a sad. And then the language changes in the Quran and he agrees to build a radam. The radam is like a dam. That if you cover this space, you're able to contain the water. And the pass, the shape of the pass is sadafain, described by the Quran as sadafain. The two sides of an open shell, like that. And that is precisely the shape of the Darial Gorge between the Caucasus Mountains. So we do have the capacity to identify the geographical location. When they are released, when he built this barrier, then they were contained. They could neither scale nor could they penetrate. And he then declared, as Alexander could not have declared, no, you know Alexander, they call him Alexander the Great. He declared, هَذَا رَحْمَةٌ مِّن رَبِّي. I don't know that Alexander worshipped the one God. I thought he worshipped Zeus and Venus, who was a goddess, and so on. هَذَا رَحْمَةٌ مِّن رَبِّي. فَإِذَا جَاءَ وَعْدُ رَبِّي. But when that time comes of which my Lord has warned, جَعَلَهُ دَكَّا. Allah is going to bring down this barrier. وَكَانَ وَعْدُ رَبِّ حَقًّا. And then the warning of my Lord will come to pass. How did he get that knowledge? It had to be communicated to him by Allah. Would Allah communicate this knowledge to Alexander, who worshipped Zeus? And yet so many commentators of the Quran are persuaded that Zulkarnain was Alexander the Great, or Iskandar. It is in the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. Or remember that when the people spoke to Zulkarnain and begged him to build a barrier, they referred to Gog and Magog as agents of fasad. They said to him, إِنَّ يَأْجُوجَ وَمَأْجُوجَ مُفْسِدُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. We have one here who has come from Netherlands but born in Morocco, and every email I get from that part of the world refer to them as Juj and Majuj. Juj and Majuj. I don't know how Netherlands came to this, but from the Quran we refer to them as Ya'juj and Ma'juj. And the scholars of language, semantics, would have a lot to say about the construction. Ya'juj and Ma'juj, the active tense and the passive tense and so on. إِنَّ يَأْجُوجَ وَمَأْجُوجَ مُفْسِدُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. That these are creatures, people who commit fasad. And fasad is so terrible a sin, it's a crime. It's like stealing. It's like committing fornication and adultery. There are some sins that are not punished here. They're punished there. But there are others which are punished here and there. And fasad is the crown of them all. For fasad, the punishment at its highest level is cut off the hands and legs from opposite sides and crucify them. And of course you know, don't you, that if you crucify somebody and after you take down his body, he picks up his suitcase and he walks away, has he been crucified? Answer me. Huh? Has he been crucified? No, not according to the Quran. According to the Quran, crucifixion must result in death. Then it is crucifixion. And what is death in the Quran? Death in the Quran is maut. And maut in the technical sense of the word, not in the poetic sense of the word. You know, I saw that event and I died. And you're talking about it, you're still alive, huh? We're not talking about death in the poetic sense of the word. We're talking about death in the technical sense of the word. Maut in the Quran is when Allah takes the soul and does not return it. And does not return it. In Surah Al-Zumar, الله يتوفى الأنفس حين موتها والتي لم تمت في منامها. Allah takes the soul when you are awake, and for those whose souls are not taken while they are awake, Allah takes their souls while they are asleep. فَيُمْسِكُ الَّتِي قَضَى عَلَيْهَا الْمَوْتِ. And then, what are the words which come after that? وَيُرْسِلُ الْأُخْرَى إِلَى أَجَلٍ مُسَمَّى. Having taken the souls while we are asleep, Allah then keeps those souls for whom maut is written. And the rest, He sends them back for a prescribed period of time. So that's not maut. If He took your soul and sent it back, that's not maut. Maut is only when He takes your soul and does not return it. So Gog and Magog are creatures who commit fasad, and the punishment for fasad is the greatest in the Quran. Cut off the hands and legs from opposite sides and crucify them. So now you know the definition of crucified. So when the Quran says, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ, they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him. You know the meaning of those words now. Okay. When the barrier was built, the world was safe from Gog and Magog. But the warning given by Zulkarnain is that one day Allah is going to bring down this barrier. And when He does, then mankind is going to face Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog have a special mission and a general mission when they are released. The special target of Gog and Magog is Jerusalem, Baitul Maqdis, because they're leaving where they're released and heading past the Sea of Galilee on the way to Jerusalem. But Gog and Magog also, and that of course spells disaster for Israel. But Gog and Magog also have a general target, and that's all of mankind. All of mankind. Amongst the things that they do, the fasad, is that they corrupt the economy. That's what the banking system has done through riba. They corrupt money. That's what the monetary system has done with this bogus and fraudulent and utterly haram paper, plastic, and now electronic money. They corrupt sports and entertainment long ago. Cricket and football and so on used to be entertaining games. But look what is happening now to what used to be a game, sports and entertainment. Look at how it's being corrupted. Athletics used to be fun. Now look at how it's being corrupted. Ever heard about FIFA? And all the bribes and so on? They corrupt agriculture. And as a consequence of the corruption of agriculture, you're now eating garbage from the supermarkets. They corrupt the air that we breathe. In consequences of the corruption of the air, the environment, the atmosphere, the production of honey is now in decline around the world. And tomorrow, no more honey. And Allah created honey as shifa. And there are different colors of honey, different kinds of honey for different illnesses. Shifa. Why is honey production declining? Why? Because the bees can't navigate anymore. Because of, I don't know whether if you've ever seen it, something called a cell phone. Cell phone? Yeah. Cellular phone. And wireless internet and so on. And because of these electronic waves, we probably have some engineers, electrical engineers present here, who know the subject better than me. The bees can no longer navigate. And then they also corrupt the seed with something called genetically modified seeds. So the genetic composition of the seed, which was divinely programmed, is now changed and altered, and the bee will not go to that flower. So there is universal fasad around the world. But the greatest fasad of all is that fasad which corrupts the deen, corrupts our religious beliefs, our faith. For example, this one is going to frighten you. I shouldn't tell you before lunchtime. Once upon a time, we used to perform wudu. Once upon a time, in our grandfather's time, we used to perform something called wudu. And we knew how important wudu was because the Prophet said, al-wudu'u miftahu salat. Wudu is the key to salat. And as-salatu miftahul jannah. And salat is the key to Jannah. And he also said, of course, that the Ummah is going to be divided into 73 sects and only one to Jannah. Well, if you want to know which one is to Jannah, just go to look and see where they're performing wudu. And you'll see which one is going to Jannah. Because the wudu that the Prophet gave us, alayhi salatu wasalam, can be performed with about half of this hat filled with water. That's a mud of water. About half of this is enough. And the first act of wudu is to raise the container and wash the right hand. Why? Because the right hand is a cup. You're going to dip with this cup. And in the ghurfa, the Quran refers to it as ghurfa, of the hand, that's the amount of water to be used in wudu. Have you ever seen anybody open the tap, full the ghurfa, close the tap, wash? Open the tap, full the ghurfa, close the tap, wash? Have you ever seen anybody do that? Now that we have the faucet, the tap. How come you're so silent this morning? This is what Gog and Magog have done while we were sleeping or eating halwa. They destroyed wudu because now the tap is open. And at the end of the wudu, some of us have used about 10, 20, 30, 40 times this hat of water. Yeah. A man was performing wudu and the Prophet ﷺ passed and asked, what is the explanation for that israf? Why are you using so much water? The man asked, O Messenger of Allah, is there such a thing as waste in water, in wudu? Yes, said the Prophet ﷺ. Even if you have a running stream of water before you, no shortage of water, still do not exceed the limit. That is the one. Islam came from him. And now when we perform wudu, it's not only that we exceed by many times the limit of water, but other than that, you can also watch. I invite you, go to the place where people are performing wudu and watch and carry a handkerchief to wipe your tears when you see what Gog and Magog have done. Because they will open the tap and they're washing their face and the tap is still running. Yeah, the tap is still running, still flowing. And at the end of the wudu, if there was any water left in the container, he would drink it. Or the companions would rush, they want that water to take it and rub over their bodies and so on. Gog and Magog destroy religion. They are an essentially godless people. And at the end of the day, they're going to create godlessness in the world. The Prophet sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wasallam gave us the 4 ahadith in Sahih Bukhari, 4, that on Qiyamah Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will speak to Adam alayhi salam and ask him to take out or separate the people for Jahannam. And Adam alayhi salam will ask, how many are there, O Allah? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reply and say, out of every 1,000, take 999 for Jahannam. The companions of the Prophet ﷺ were terrified. But we are not terrified once we have a nice pizza, hot pizza with Coca-Cola to eat. Terror has left our hearts now. We are called the comfort zone. Terror has departed from our hearts. But they were terrified. And he looked at them and smiled and he said, the one for Jannah would be from you. And then he went on to say that the 999 would all be Ahlu Ya'juj wa Ma'juj. Indicating that in Akhir al-Zamaan, a global society will emerge. This is not too difficult to think out from this hadith, this elementary thinking, that in Akhir al-Zamaan, the implications of 999 as Ahlu Ya'juj and Ma'juj, that a global society is going to emerge. You may wish to call it globalization. And that global society is going to embrace all of mankind. All of mankind. Except those who truly and faithfully and sincerely follow the Sunnah. A global society which takes a step, and every step it takes is a departure from the Sunnah. So you got to make your choice. Either you follow Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, in which case you're going to be out of step with the dunya. You're going to be like a square peg in a round hole. All of mankind are going to target you. All of mankind are going to laugh at you. You're going to be left behind while the world goes its merry way. A global society is going to emerge in which all of mankind are going to live the same way, eat the same food. McDonald's hamburgers, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Anywhere you go now, even if you go to perform Hajj, I am told, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah? All of mankind are going to wear the same clothes. I don't know whether it has reached to Cape Town as yet, something called, now don't get angry with me, something called blue jeans. You know they're performing, they're going to wage Hajj now in blue jeans? La hawla wa la quwwata. Blue jeans Hajj, I'm sorry, not Hajj. They're going to make jihad now. Blue jeans jihad. You have a automatic in your hand, blue jeans. Waging jihad in blue jeans. All of mankind wearing the same clothing. And the blue jeans get tighter and tighter, which is this afternoon session. So the sexual innuendo is constantly increasing. The Prophet said, of course this hadith has now been put in a place called cold storage. Nobody dares to take it out of the cold storage scene by now. Nobody dares it. It's there permanently in the cold storage. Which hadith? It's Sahih Muslim. So therefore Sahih. That the woman must stay in sajda longer than the men. Some people never ever heard that. And they've done the course in Usuluddin. Yes. If you have a handkerchief, you should take it to wipe your tears. That when women go down in sajda, they must stay longer than the men. Well, obviously, it's not talking about a woman performing her salat in her bedroom. No. If women have to remain longer than the men, they have to be in the masjid. Are they in the masjid today? How many masajid today have now I'm not talking about a temporary suspension, which is perfectly legitimate in a condition of insecurity. A perfectly legitimate cause to tell the woman to remain at home. Don't come to the masjid. Why? Because of conditions of insecurity. But who has the authority to permanently declare, permanently, you're not allowed in the masjid? You're going to have to answer for that on Judgment Day. So in order for women to stay longer than men in sajda, they got to be praying together with men. That's elementary logic, isn't it? Now you see why this hadith is in cold storage and nobody dares to take it out of the cold storage? Why would women want to have to stay longer in sajda than men? Why? He gave the answer. He said some of the men may not have enough cloth to cover themselves properly. And if a woman were to raise her head too soon, it would be an unwelcome sight. So was there a shortage of wood? Couldn't they build a barrier? Was there a shortage of cloth? Couldn't they put a screen? Could we not have improved the religion? From the religion that Muhammad ﷺ left, could we not improve that religion? And put a screen? After all, we could do a better job than he did, can't we? Ah, yes. Gog and Magog, corrupting the deen. The Prophet ﷺ never put any screen between the men and the women. He could have if he wanted, but he did not. But some of us are more intelligent than him. He could have put a barrier if he wanted. He did not. And so there was nothing, no barrier between the men and the women. The men were at the front and the women were at the back. That is why if a woman raised her head too soon, it would be an unwelcome sight. I know I'm offending some people because they are better than the Prophet. They have a better religion than the one he gave. I know I'm offending them. But I thank Allah who gave me the courage to speak this. This is the religion that the Prophet left. And one day, the women are going to launch a counter-revolution. And one day, you're going to have a woman on the minbar, and she's going to give the khutbah. And she's going to lead the salat. One day, there'll be a masjid for only women because you men have deprived us of the rights that Allah gave us. That's coming. This is the corruption of the deen. And I can go on to so many more things where Gog and Magog are corrupting. But the crux of it all here is that with Gog and Magog you have the emergence of a global society which is essentially godless and corrupt and decadent, which relentlessly pursues the embrace of all of mankind. And only those who faithfully and sincerely follow Nabi Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam can survive. When we turn to Dajjal, we learn, one more thing. The Prophet ﷺ was asleep at the home of his wife, Zainab radiallahu ta'ala anha. And this is after the Hijrah. And he woke up from his sleep and his face was flushed, red. And he uttered these words, وَيْلٌ لِلْعَرَبْ مِنْ شَرٍّ قَدْ اقْتَرَبَ. Woe unto the Arabs because of a great evil which will now come upon them. It's near, it's close. And he raised his hands like this and he said, today a hole has been made in the barrier built by Zulqarnain. Indicating that the commencement of the release of Gog and Magog has now taken place. فَإِذَا جَاءَ وَعْدُ الْآخِرَةِ جِئْنَا بِكُمْ لَفِيفًا. Sorry, not that one. فَإِذَا جَاءَ وَعْدُ الْآخِرَةِ he brings down the barrier. It becomes جَعَلَهُ دَكَّةً. Allah is going to bring down the barrier. This now occurs. If you say that Gog and Magog have not been released, the implication is that the barrier is still standing. If you say that Gog and Magog have not as yet been released, and this barrier is made of zubarul hadid, blocks of iron, then there is something called Google Earth. You can search the whole earth from your sitting room with your computer. Every square inch has been photographed already. Where is this barrier if it is still standing? If Gog and Magog have not been released. Nobody has seen it. From that day to this day, no one has ever seen it. And yet they insist that Gog and Magog have not been released. Pathetic is this scholarship. Pathetic. The end of Gog and Magog, of course, is related to Jerusalem because they're heading to Jerusalem. And they're destroying what is left of the Jewish faith and taking the Jews for a ride. And Israel emerges in the world as a corrupted form of Judaism. And it is an oppressor state and it corrupts. And then comes the destruction of Israel when Allah sends Nabi Isa alayhi salam. There is one hadith, only one solitary hadith, that after Nabi Isa alayhi salam returns, he's going to kill Dajjal. And after he kills Dajjal, then the last of Gog and Magog passed by the Sea of Galilee and to go to Jerusalem, and they're attacking Nabi Isa alayhi salam, and he goes up the mountain. And then he prays to Allah to destroy them, and then Allah sends these prehistoric birds, which means global warming can release eggs which are in the ice. And then a worm attacks them at the back of the neck, or a virus, and they fall down and they are paralyzed. By next morning they're all dead. And then these birds come and pick up their bodies and take them away and throw them and dump them where Allah ordains that they be dumped. This hadith has been used by the world of Islamic scholarship out there to convincingly declare, smugly declare, confidently declare that Gog and Magog will not be released until after Dajjal has been killed. Well, if you want to remain with that belief, fine. You stay with it. We're moving ahead. We have a different view. The Prophet ﷺ raises his hands and he says, today, a hole has been made in the barrier. And so from today, the race begins. She asks, who? Zainab radiallahu ta'ala. Sheikh Ali Mustafa, how do you pronounce this word? Nahluka wa fina salihun. Halaka anahluka wa fina salih. What about our brothers from Saudi Arabia? How we pronounce this? Anahluka wa fina salihun. Will we be destroyed? And amongst us there are those who are righteous. Anahluka wa fina salihun. He said, Na'am. Yes, you will be destroyed, the Arabs. When? إِذَا كَثُرَ الْخَبَث. When khabas prevails in the world. The scum. Khabas could also mean filth. But I like the word scum. When the scum prevails in the world, at that time the destruction of the Arabs will come from the hands of Gog and Magog. What scum is he talking about? إِذَا كَثُرَ الْخَبَث. The scum. Well, there is scum in a lot of scum in politics, huh? But I think that the greatest scum of all is the one referred to in this hadith. يُوشِكُ يَأْتِي عَلَى النَّاسِ الزَّمَانِ لَا يَبْقَى مِنَ الْإِسْلَامِ لَسْمُ. It will not be long before that time will come when nothing will remain of Islam but the name. وَلَا يَبْقَى مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ إِلَّا رَسْمُ. When nothing will remain of the Quran except the traces of the writing. Nobody turns to the Quran to ask what is money in Islam. مَسَاجِدُهُمْ عَامِرَةٌ وَهِيَ خَرَابٌ مِنَ الْهُدَى. Yesterday our masajid were mud walls and thatch roof. And when the rain fell, it used to leak. But now the masajid are multi-million-dollar buildings, iron and steel, very impressive but devoid of guidance. Who is speaking? The Prophet is speaking, alayhi salatu wasalam. Ulama'uhum sharrun nas. Ulama'uhum sharrun nas mimman tahta adimis sama. The worst people beneath the sky would be the scholars of Islam. I don't think this refers to adultery and fornication. No, I don't think this refers to riba, borrowing and lending money, interest from the bank and so on. No. I don't think it refers to telling lies and backbiting and other such things, no. عُلَمَاؤُهُمْ شَرُّ النَّاسِ فِي مِمَّنْ تَحْتَ أَدِيمِ السَّمَاءِ. I think it refers that the ulama of Islam will be the scum referred to because they fail, and they fail miserably in utilizing the Quran, the Hadith, to penetrate the reality in the world in which they live, and in guiding the people properly. And the evidence is there staring at us in our faces. The dinar and dirham have disappeared. around the world. And in its place is this haram money. And they can't even recognize it as haram. And they're giving fatwa that it's halal. Well, tomorrow they'll give fatwa that the electronic money is also halal. And when you attempt to teach them the subject, they don't want to learn. No. So this is the hadith. And from this hadith we know that Gog and Magog were released at that time. And this is where they're going to end. When Nabi Isa alayhi salam returns and having killed Dajjal, then the destruction of Gog and Magog will take place. And the lifespan is from here to there. About this time also we have the evidence that Dajjal is released. We didn't have the time today to devote more than a passing reference to Dajjal. We know from Tamim ad-Dari that he's on an island, Dajjal. I still have 6 minutes left. Okay. We know from Tamim ad-Dari that Dajjal is on an island. The island is about a month's journey from the Arab world by sea. The island has expertise in spying and espionage. And when Dajjal is released on this island, it is from this island that he will commence his mission to seek to rule the world from Jerusalem. So this island is going to establish a mysterious relationship with the Holy Land. This island will display a mysterious obsession with the Holy Land. Something like the Balfour Declaration of 1917, that it is the intention of His Majesty's government, no, Queen Victoria, so Her Majesty's government, to work for the establishment of a Jewish national home in the Holy Land? Huh? Which island is it? 12 years ago in my book, Jerusalem in the Quran, I said the island is Britain and Allah knows best. 12 years have passed and no one has successfully challenged that opinion of mine. We know that Dajjal was released about this same time. Tamim ad-Dari saw him in chains. His hands were chained to his neck and his feet were chained. So Samiri could not have been Dajjal. You know which Samiri I'm talking about? With Musa alayhi salam. Because Samiri wasn't in chains, he was released. But thousands of years later, Dajjal is in chains on the island. So we dismiss Samiri as Dajjal. Now this statement of mine is going to hurt some friends of mine, but never mind. We dismiss Samiri as Dajjal. The Prophet ﷺ takes Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu with him. He suspects that a Jewish boy in Medina is Dajjal. How could he suspect a boy in Medina to be Dajjal if Dajjal is on chains in an island? And when last I look at my geography books, Medina was not an island. The only way the Prophet ﷺ could suspect a Jewish boy in Medina to be Dajjal is if Dajjal is released, he's no longer in chains. I mean, this is elementary logic. Elementary logic. The Prophet now, the boy's name is Ibn Sayyad, a Jewish boy. So Dajjal is not going to be Christian. He's not going to be Hindu and Buddhist. He's going to be a Jew. The Prophet ﷺ questions the boy. And the boy is rather impertinent in his answers. Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu becomes very angry. O Messenger of Allah, give me permission, I'll cut off his head. No, Umar, don't do that. If he is Dajjal, you cannot kill him. If he is not Dajjal, it will be sinful to kill him. Indicating Not only that Dajjal has been released, number one, but number two, the possibility exists that he could be Dajjal. Is he actually Dajjal? No, because he died long ago. But Dajjal will not die until who kills him? Nabi Isa alayhi salam. So it's elementary that Ibn Sayyad could not have been Dajjal. I know I'm going to annoy some of my friends again with this statement of mine, but never mind. Ibn Sayyad could not have been Dajjal. Amongst the evidence to support the statement is that Ibn Sayyad died long ago. Whereas Dajjal will be killed only when Nabi Isa alayhi salam returns and kills him. This has been the evidence that both Dajjal and Gog and Magog were released in the lifetime of the Prophet sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wasallam. As I mentioned in an earlier lecture, a door of mercy had been left open. Oh no, this must be masjid in Gogolito. A door of mercy had been left open for Banu Israel. If they accept him and follow him, Allah will have mercy on them. But if they reject him, Allah will close this last door. That door of mercy was referred to in the Quran, Asa Rabbukum ayarhamakum. It is still possible that your Lord can have mercy on you. When they did reject him, and they're now conspiring to destroy Islam, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala closed the door to mercy. And Qiyamah commenced. He changed the Qibla. And with the new Qibla, a new Ummah is born. It is only if you pray in the direction of Makkah that your prayer will be accepted. Not Jerusalem anymore. It is only if you fast in accordance with this law of fasting that your fasting will be accepted. Not the old law of fasting. So Gog and Magog and Dajjal are released in the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. And it is because of this that Allah then sent down the verse of the Quran with which we end. وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكَ لَيَبْعَثَنَّ عَلَيْهِمْ إِلَى يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ مَنْ يَسُومُهُمْ سُوءَ الْعَذَابِ. And we have now announced, your Lord has announced, that we will now send against them those who will inflict upon them until the last day the worst possible punishment. That is Gog and Magog, and that is Dajjal. I pray that this introduction to the subject would have whetted your appetite. Do please read the book on Gog and Magog, which is at the back, and read Jerusalem in the Quran, in which you find an introduction to Dajjal. رَبَّنَا تَقَبَّلْ مِنَّا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ وَتُبْ عَلَيْنَا يَا مَوْلَانَا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ بِرَحْمَتِكَ يَا أَرْحَمَ الرَّاحِمِينَ آمين.
Shukran Maulana Imran for once again enlightening us with a topic that is so pertinent today. And indeed, I want to echo your sentiments I'm sure I'm not taking liberties here, that in terms of the scholarship today, the ulama, which you call your critics, today a straight word has to be spoken, because in the world that we live in today, the time has come where a straight word and the truth must be spoken boldly. And I thank you for that, inshallah. As per the format, it's now open for questions. You could, again, let me reiterate, for those who have not been here before, we would prefer, of course, that you do speak and state your question verbally over the mic, which will come around. I think Muhammad will bring it around. Oh, Ramiz is there. So you can just indicate and Ramiz will bring the mic around. For those, of course, who is a bit shy, you can send forward a written and I will then repeat the question. There's also questions from the international community. We will start off with the floor. Is there any question from the floor? No questions from the floor? Then we can in fact proceed. Is there? Okay, I'll prefer from the floor here in front. Just if you can just put up your hand, and if you can just state your name, please, and then proceed with the question.
My name is Yusuf. I just have a question. Maulana spoke about how today some people think that they are more intelligent than the Prophet ﷺ by making changes to the religion because they think it would be better for the religion. I just want to know what his response is to people who speak about good bid'ahs, like the English khutbah on a Friday and stuff like that. Like, where do we draw the line on changes that are made to the religion that's good and that's bad? Because some people will state that the screen between men and women is for the Muslim Ummah's benefit. So I'd just like some clarity on that, inshallah.
We will take, as per before, we'll take 3 questions and then in the session, and then proceed with the answers. We'll take one. Proceed.
Can I get a sheet of paper, please? Take notes. Yeah, that's fine. The screen between men and women and khutbah in English.
And bid'ah hasana.
And bid'ah hasana. Well, that's 3 questions in one. Yes?
Assalamu alaikum. Maulana, is it possible that Orthodox Jews are unaware of Yajuj Majuj? And is it that Zionism is actually the following of Yajuj and Majuj?
And then we'll take one of the
I've
questions from the international.
I have 3 questions that were sent in quite
I think
early.
the others we will take in the next session.
So can we take maybe
one from
the
the international, and then the others we can proceed in the next session.
Okay, the one question is from Malaysia. The question is the subject of Akhir al-Zamaan a Farud Ain or a Farud Kifaya?
Maulana, you can proceed with the 3 answers.
All right, your first question was concerning the screen between the men and women. The second was?
The bid'ah hasana, I think it was.
Yeah, between them there's one. Or you've forgotten. So if you forget that, I don't have to answer it. Huh? English khutbah, yeah.
English.
My duty is to simply present to you the Islam which has come from Allah and His Messenger. What you do with it is your business. And I have presented to you the evidence that the Islam which has come from Allah and His Messenger is one in which there was no screen between men and women in the masjid. Full stop. I don't have to do anything beyond that. What you do with the religion is for you. When you stand on Judgment Day, and it's going to be very hot, and all the followers of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ go to Al-Kawthar for water. One hadith says, it's hadith al-Qudsi, Allah will command, no water for these people. And another hadith is the Prophet who will say, no water for you. Why, O Messenger of Allah, we are your followers? No, you changed the religion after I left. Well, I think this most stupid, or the stupidest place of all to change the religion is in the masjid. You can't be more stupid than that. The masjid. If this is what has come with us from Allah and His Messenger, it should be preserved. Which brings us to the khutbah. The khutbah should never, ever, ever, ever have been changed from Arabic. Who caused us to change it? Dajjal gave us modern Western civilization, which then sent, because of its new military power, sent its armed forces around the world at the point of a sword to occupy and then colonize and then transform. Particular target is the Muslim world. And when we had been targeted, then Arabic, which was the lingua franca of the world of Islam, the way English today is lingua franca of the world, Arabic, which was the lingua franca of the world of Islam, that you could go to China and you can go in the masjid and you could understand the khutbah. You could go to Congo. You could go to Jakarta. You could go to Lahore. No matter where you went, you could understand the khutbah because it's one language. Now, when I go in Malaysia to the khutbah Jummah, it is in a language called Bahasa. And I have to learn Bahasa to be able to understand the khutbah. Yeah? And I guess you have to learn Chinese to understand the khutbah in Chinese, and you have to learn English to understand the khutbah in English, and you have to learn French, vous pouvez parler français, to understand the khutbah in French, and then you go in Caracas, the khutbah in Spanish, and what have we done to the religion? So in the masjid of the Muslim village, it's better we close down the project. It's better we close down the project. If we have in the masjid other than this arrangement that came to us from Allah's Messenger, the men in the front, the women in the back for salat, no screen in between. You don't like that? You can stay in Johannesburg. Don't bother to come. And number two, that the khutbah is always in Arabic. If we have the permission to give Salatul Jummah, otherwise we'll have to leave the village and go somewhere else for Salatul Jummah. So this is what we plan to do to try to recover what was Islam. Bid'ah Hasana and Bid'ah Sayyi'ah. It is a contentious subject, and there are those who beat the drums of Bid'ah. This is bid'ah, and that is bid'ah, and that is bid'ah, and that is bid'ah. You know what's coming now? Hey, let me see your wallet. Isn't this bid'ah? And what about the Hajj? I thought La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah was enough to qualify me to perform the Hajj. But now I understand I got to apply for something called a Saudi visa. But I never did that for 1400 years, and yet my Hajj was valid. How come I have to apply for a Saudi visa today? Is that not also bid'ah? Etc. So the subject is bigger than the narrow confines that you have put it into. Are Gog and Magog, are the Jews aware of Gog and Magog? They don't talk. They keep everything under wraps, the Gog and Magog people. The Jews. When a Jewish parent in Cape Town takes his son out to the University of Cape Town and sends him to join the Israeli Defense Force to do 2 years or 1 year, killing Palestinians, and he comes back home, they don't have a big celebration and announce it on the Cape Times. No, they do everything very quietly, very quietly, very quietly. So it's difficult for us to know how much they know and how much they do not know. But Allah assures us in the Quran that they plan their plans and He plans His plans. So no, regardless of what planning they have, we know that Allah is the best of all planners. Yeah. Are they Gog and Magog the Zionists? Of course. In my first edition of my book on Gog and Magog, I made a mistake, and I am happy that I made the mistake. so that those who come after me could see that if a scholar makes a mistake, he's only human. This is scholarship. And when you make a mistake, you must be man enough to say, yes, I made a mistake. And then correct yourself. That's scholarship. Yeah. So in my first edition of the book on Gog and Magog, I came to the conclusion, based on the hadith, that Gog and Magog are going to shoot their arrows up into the sky and say, we've killed those who are on earth, now let us kill those who are in the sky. That Gog and Magog must have that technology for what is today called Star Wars. And I said, Russia qualifies and NATO qualifies. So I was led to the conclusion that this is Gog and that's Magog. It was only after I wrote the book of Gog and Magog, which was about 5 years ago, that I began to understand what they did to Russia. That they attacked Russia in 1917. This was yesterday's lecture. It was a Zionist attack on Russia in order to destroy Rome. And so long as they had control over Russia as the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Revolution, they went over time in killing the scholars, the priests of Rome, the Orthodox Christian Church, destroying the church. And this was Gog and Magog. This was Gog and Magog, the Soviet Union. Not Russia, the Soviet Union. And when the Soviet Union collapsed and communism collapsed, then the whole of Gog and Magog over Russia is now weakening. And Rome is extricating itself from the grip of Gog and Magog. So I've corrected myself in the second edition of the book. And I say that Gog and Magog are precisely the Christian, the Zionist Christian and the Zionist Jew alliance in the Zionist movement. Yeah.
The other question from
That's it. I've answered all. Oh. Far Ain and Far Kifaya, we're going to postpone that. Yeah.
Inshallah. So we'll proceed with the next round of questions. So I'll take one from the floor, one from the international. Proceed.
Shukran, Sheikh. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Abdul Karim here again. You said, or can I call it, one of the problems that we are sitting with today is some of the ulama who are misguiding us or misleading us. Now, obviously, there are also scholars of Islam. How do we, as a layman, or what is our responsibility to bring them to their senses, and how can we bring them to their senses? I know one of the ways would be, it's actually each and everyone's responsibility to learn the Quran and Sunnah. And then we will be able to see when we are being misled. And obviously most of us, we are not scholars like they are and so on. So what else can we do to ensure that this misleading of the ulama, or some of them, comes to an end?
Yeah. If we can have one of the international question from the international.
Malala, pertaining to the history of the Ottomans, the question is, do you think that Gog and Magog controlled the Ottomans from the very onset of their rule, or were they only penetrated at certain instances with some of their expeditions?
Yeah.
This question is from Macedonia.
Okay, shukran. And then there's one question I'll take from the written editions. According to the hadith, the first 10 verses of Surah Kahf protect us from Dajjal. The question is, how can we practically recite them in this period where Dajjal was already released but not in human being form? I assume, meaning how can we conduct that on a weekly basis or daily basis?
Okay. How do we, what strategy do we use with the ulama to try to wake them up? I wish I knew the answer. I think I'm going to have to ask you to help me, because I've tried everything that I could possibly try. And I've been doing it for the last 15 years, I guess. And I failed. Take Sheikh Ali Mustafa out of that, please. I failed. Even with those ulama for whom I have great love, and I have great respect for them, and a great admiration for them, and recognize them to be heads and shoulders above me in knowledge, heads and shoulders above me in piety. These people. And I can't get them to budge even an inch, not even an inch. I have failed, and I have failed miserably. And this is part of the reason why. I know my wife will get angry. She is listening in Trinidad through the internet. She doesn't like me to shout. Twice so far, or 3 times in this seminar, I've raised my voice. When she said, don't do that, it doesn't sound nice. It spoils the atmosphere. But I'm just human. And it is utter frustration on my part that I do everything I can possibly do, and yet I cannot succeed in penetrating them. It's like a wall made of steel, you can't penetrate it. What to do? I don't know what to do, and that is the answer I have to give to you. Yes, we can make dua, but in addition to that, if you have a strategy that you can share with me, how do we reach out to the ulama and do it respectfully and try to wake them up to the reality of the world in which we live today? But although I have failed, we've not been sitting down and doing nothing. We have this wonderful team here in Cape Town. We are small in numbers, but we are moving ahead, at least in seeking to understand and seeking to teach the reality of the world today. And we've been doing it for years now. And the internet has come to our benefit. This question has come from Macedonia, about the Ottomans. My book on the Caliphate, the Hijaz and the Saudi Wahhabi nation state, which is in its 2nd edition. Who did the cover design for that book? Somebody in Macedonia did it. Huh? This is the beauty of the assistance we get from the internet. I am not at all persuaded that the Ottoman leadership was essentially evil-minded people, and that they deliberately did what they did. No, I don't think so. I have a better opinion of them. I think they were deceived, and they were taken for a ride for 500 years. And if they could be deceived and taken for a ride of 500 years, why is that not possible when we today are being deceived with even a simple thing like wudu? A simple thing like wudu also. So no, I don't have a bad opinion about the intention within the heart of the Ottoman leadership. No. I think that perhaps they were sincere in believing that they were doing the work of advancing the mission of Islam. But they were profoundly misguided and they were taken for a ride. How do we seek protection from Dajjal when Dajjal is not yet in human form but been released? He's been released and a day like a year is already completed, and a day like a month is now ending, a day like a week is now commencing. Some people say, Sheikh, it already commenced with 9/11, the day like a week. It's not possible for us to fine-tune and give an exact date. That's not possible. You'll have to say a period of time. That during this period of time, a day like a week ended, and a day like a month ended, and a day like a week commenced. I'm still waiting for the collapse of the US dollar and the demonetization of the US dollar as an essential part of the process of transformation from phase 2 to phase 3. I'm still waiting for great wars to commence as part of the process of transfer of power from phase 2 to phase 3. The Prophet said, recite the first 10 ayat of Surah Al-Kahf and you have protection from the fitna of Dajjal. Do it. Do it. Don't ask, how will the protection come? Because the Quran says about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it says, فَعَالٌ لِمَا يُرِيدُ. He can do whatever He wants to do. He can protect whosoever He wants to protect. So just recite the first 10 ayat. Better to memorize it. So when you reach to immigration, you don't have to take out a paper to start reciting the first 10. Yes.
Shukran. Unfortunately, time constraints. We'll have to call 10 past. We'll have to call it quits because of time constraints. So I'm going to thank Maulana Imran for that exposition and the lucid answers. And I hope, inshallah, you have benefited. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to protect us, and we pray that the ilm and the knowledge that we acquire here today that be of benefit and to those we pass it on to. So shukran jazeelan, and we're going to end this session now, and tea is available outside as per yesterday. For those who were not here yesterday, it will be served outside in the quad area. So we reconvene here and at 22. It's only 10 minutes, so half past. Okay, half past 11. We reconvene here promptly. So please be prompt. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
I need another sheet of paper, please.
Yes. Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasul mursaleen. Sayyidina wa nabiyyina wa maulana Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa alihi ajmeen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And welcome back to the next session. And indeed, if you have to go by the first session, and I'm sure this session would be as inspiring as the first. Just before we start with the session, I was asked to make an announcement that if anybody wishes to reserve a copy of the seminar, this page is going to go around. Must please put your name on it with your details. I mean, everything is quite clear. And then, well, you will obviously be given afterwards. So this is going to go. Who's going to be doing? What's the name? Muhammad. Who's going to? So we can just pass it around. Okay. Sorry, I haven't got a pen now with me. I mean, so you can. Okay, inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So as we were saying, the next session that the topic that Maulana Imran will be dealing with is the Islamic response to Dajjal's sexual revolution. And it's so apt because I'm sure everybody is aware, maybe not aware, what's happening in Africa and of course in Russia. There's been quite a few attempts to demonize Putin because of his stance against homosexuality. At this moment in time, Yoweri Museveni, the president of Uganda, has just tabled a bull decrying homosexuality. In fact, the bull that is about to be tabled, any person that is found guilty will be hanged. So America, in fact, threatened Yoweri Museveni. If he implements that bill, they will be losing out on major contracts, and the companies and corporations will divest. So this gives you an indication how important the subject is, because it even impacts on international politics and economics. So clearly it is not just something to dismiss, but the topic at hand, in fact, applies specifically to the end times and what we are dealing with. So without further ado, with that introduction, I hand you over to Maulana Imran N Hosein.
Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. An Islamic response to Dajjal's sexual revolution is our topic for this session. This is going to be my last presentation. After this, it's just a joint session with Sheikh Ali Mustafa. So we thank Allah for the opportunity we've got to be able to sit with you and share our thoughts with you, and who's given me sufficient energy so far to do the job I've been doing. The last people to come out to Dajjal will be women. Said the Prophet sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa sallam. And a man would have to return to his home and tie down, meaning coercively restrain his wife, sister, daughter, to protect them from being seduced by Dajjal. This prophecy of the Prophet sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa sallam points, in our opinion, to the feminist revolution which has been sweeping the world these last 150 years. The modern feminist revolution had its birth in an island which has expertise in spying and espionage, an island located about a month's journey by sea from the Arab world. an island from which came out a declaration in 1917 called the Balfour Declaration, which I mentioned in the last session, namely Britain. And from Britain, the feminist revolution went to the United States, and eventually we expect to see it move to Jerusalem. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, a day like a year, a day like a month, a day like a week. We say that this feminist revolution has Dajjal, as its author, its architect, its mastermind. Why? The Prophet said, sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wasallam, that women would dress like men. And we have explained in our lectures on an Islamic response to the modern feminist revolution that the reason why women would dress like men is because they want to assume the functional role of men in society. You are familiar with these views already. Allah did not create men and women with an equal sign between them. That is a wholly inadequate equation. No. You don't put an equal sign between the day and the night, do you? No. Allah created the male and the female the way He created the day and the night. He says so in Surah Al-Layl. The day and the night complement each other. They're not equal to each other. That's foolishness. Yes, between men and women there is spiritual equality. Between men and women there is moral equality in relation to Allah. In relation to Allah. But in relation to each other is something far more beautiful than an equal sign. The day and the night complement each other. Without the night, the day is meaningless. It's inadequate. It's going to be destructive if we have only daylight, nothing. The night without the day is also inadequate. It is only when day and night combine together that we have a meaningful whole. There's something beautiful to behold. They complement each other. They're interconnected, interrelated. They can't do without each other, the day and the night. Similarly, the male and the female. So Islam doesn't put an equal sign between men and women. No, we present to the world something far more beautiful than that. We say that the male and the female are complementary to each other. They are interconnected, they are interdependent. The world of men cannot survive without women. The world of women cannot survive without men. The two need each other, male and the female. But when Allah created the day, He gave to the day certain functions. And when He created the night, He gave the night certain functions. And when the day fulfilled those functions, and the night fulfilled those functions, then when the two came together, it was a harmonious union. It made sense. وَجَعَلْنَا اللَّيْلَ لِبَاسًا وَجَعَلْنَا النَّهَارَ مَعَاشًا, says Allah. We gave you the day for work and for toil, for struggle. And we gave you the night as something which covers and shrouds, something so mysterious, something so filled with splendor. Similarly with the men and the women. Allah gave to the man a biological constitution, a physical being, an emotional constitution for that physical being to pursue the functions of the day, to work and to toil, to be the person who goes out there into the dunya and struggles in the dunya. And Allah gave to the woman a biological being, a physiological being, an emotional being which is different from the man, because she has a different function to perform. And when she fulfills her function and he fulfills his function, only then can you come together in something called sukoon. There are things in life that money cannot buy. Although there are some bankers who will dispute that. And one of the things in life that money cannot buy is sukoon. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا. That amongst his signs is this, that he's created for you from amongst your very beings, your mates, your spouses, that you might come together and dwell with each other in a state of sukoon, peace and contentment and tranquility. There are things in life which money cannot buy, and sukoon is one of them. One of the functions of Dajjal is to try to deceive you. And the last people he's going to target to deceive them are women. And the deception is so destructive, so dangerous, that if he succeeds, he's going to overturn the order that Allah created. So now a woman says, it is an act of oppression and injustice that I should be denied the freedom to do anything that a man does. So now you have to find something called I don't know whether you've heard about it in Cape Town, it's called a daycare center. And the baby is just 6 weeks, because that's all the leave you're going to get. And at the ripe old age of 6 weeks, the baby has to be put in the daycare center so mommy can go to work. You're going to have to answer to Allah on that day when the baby can speak and complain before Allah. Ask the baby, come on baby, tell me, you prefer the daycare center or mommy? And the baby will say to Allah, I wanted mommy, but mommy went to work. But Allah gave you a function to perform. He gave you a biological being, He gave you a physiological being. He gave you the capacity to produce food for that baby, the milk, the mother's milk. Men can't do that. He gave you an emotional being. No matter how much a man tries, he cannot have that quality of love for a baby that a woman has. So the baby bonds with mother. That's why mother has a status 3 times higher than her father. So now the daycare center takes over, because mommy is a part-time mommy. The last people would be women, the last people to come out to Dajjal. But it's not just an overturn, an upside down world in the relationship between men and women in respect of their functions. It's more than that. And the impact on the economy, and the impact on the home and on the family, and the result of children growing up with an internal rage within them because of neglect that they suffered when growing up. Oh, daddy was busy and mommy was busy. And all that I had to comfort me was the television set. That's all. And then the television took over and brainwashed me. So an internal rage, and they gave expression to that internal rage with acts of violence. Random acts of violence. Have you ever read the stories coming out of American public schools? People are afraid to send their children to school now. Random acts of violence, senseless acts of violence, bullying in school and so on. Because these children are disoriented now. They're unbalanced. They're not normal children anymore. It's more than that. That's not our subject today. Our subject today is the other hadith. That women would be dressed and would yet be naked. That is the sexual revolution. Make no mistake about it. Allah created the woman beautiful. He says in Surah An-Nuh, Wallahu ambatakum. He didn't say Allahu ambata lakum. He says Allahu ambatakum min al-ardi nabata. And Allah has caused you to grow forth from the earth. And Allah has caused you to grow forth from the earth. Like trees and plants. And there are those trees which are ornamental trees. And when you go to Pretoria, you see them lining the streets. When they're in bloom. What's the name of the Jacaranda? Jacaranda? Ah. There are those trees which are ornamental. And there are other trees which are for timber, to make your furniture. And there are other trees which produce food. And there are others which produce fruit for dessert. And there are others which are medicinal. And there are others which give you lovely shade. Like the Lord tree, Sidratul Muntaha. Lovely shade. Better than any umbrella could give you. And so there are different kinds of trees, and so too there are different kinds of human beings. It's called aptitude. And a good teacher can spot the aptitude with which a child has been endowed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so some people are naturally beautiful and handsome. But in the relationship between the male and the female, men direct their attention towards women, and the men find women to be beautiful. And if she is not beautiful and you marry her, Allah will make her beautiful in your eyes. Because there's external beauty and there's internal beauty and so on. Anyhow. So women, when they start to display their beauty in public, that's going to be chaos. That's an invitation to chaos. Because men are going to be aroused. Yeah. And so Allah speaks about the night as وَجَعَلْنَا اللَّيْلَ لِبَاسٍ, cloth covering. And so women must be covered. Nothing, said the Prophet ﷺ. Nothing must be shown of a woman's body except this, and he pointed to the face. If Allah wanted the woman's face to be covered, why would He put a beard on the face of the male? Huh? If Allah wanted a woman's face to be covered, if He wanted it to be covered, if a woman chooses to cover her face, that's her choice, and we respect her choice. But if you go beyond that to say that Allah wanted me to cover my face, and a good woman covers her face, then my question is, well, why did He put the beard on the face of the male? The answer is he put the beard on the face of the male so that you could distinguish by looking at the face and not on any other part of the body. From a distance you could say he's a male, she's a female. That's why. Simple. As women uncover and their body, more and more of the body is displayed, the male becomes excited. And the excitement grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. Until one day it no longer excites. You reach saturation point, which is what Dajjal wants. And when it reaches saturation point, and the woman no longer excites, then Dajjal comes with his trump card that men will dress like women. Why would a man dress like a woman? This is Muhammad ﷺ speaking. Why would a man dress like a woman? Answer: to attract another man. So the sexual revolution, which commences with women taking off their clothes, will culminate with homosexuality and with its sister called lesbianism. Does the Quran deal with homosexuality? Washington could do what they want, but they can't change the Quran. And how does Allah respond to homosexuality? Now, there are many people who are not going to like this part of the lecture. They're in the United States and they're listening in, and they're in France and Europe and so on, and they're listening in, but they're not going to like it because they're comfortable in the United States. And they're comfortable in Britain, and they're comfortable in France, and we don't want to have to make hijrah out of here. Imran, you better change that topic. We are now living in that age when the world is witnessing before our very eyes the Gay and Lesbian Rights Day parade in all the major cities of the world. And they're growing bigger and bigger. Before coming to Cape Town, I was in Sao Paulo, in Brazil. And Sao Paulo boasts of the biggest Gay and Lesbian Rights Day parade in the whole of Latin America, Sao Paulo. Not only do you have this overt display of defense of the rights of homosexuals and lesbians, but you also have legal intervention on the part of the state. That men should have the legal right to marry and get a marriage certificate. And women should have the legal right to marry a woman with another woman, a man with another man. In the same way that a couple of a male and a female can adopt a child, so too can two men adopt a child. And that child will grow up in the family of daddy and daddy. I don't know which one of the daddy is going to be a mummy. This is what we're living in today. And every day that passes by, the sexual revolution becomes more and more bizarre. But before we proceed further with this bizarre aspect of the sexual revolution, let us return to the women displaying their bodies. And the natural result, don't be surprised, is something called lust. Something called lust. It has its culmination, said the Prophet ﷺ in another hadith, that people will have sexual intercourse in public like donkeys. Like donkeys. That is the destruction of the male-female relationship. Because when men and women come together in the bond which is based on lust, then it is like a beverage. I don't want to use the word wine. And you have a thirst inside of you. That's the biological need for the sexual relation. You have a thirst inside of you. And this is a beverage. And if you come together in a manner which is halal, one sip and the thirst is quenched. And then you can proceed to other things like studying the Quran, which is a lifetime's work out there to study the Quran. To go outside there in the garden and produce food. So many other things to do outside of the bedroom. So it's beneficial that you take one sip and the thirst is quenched, because that's based on love. But when lust replaces love, then you can drink, and every time you drink, the thirst keeps on growing more and more. No matter how many times you sip, you'll never quench the thirst until one day you reach something called sexual addiction. And the incidence of sexual addiction is growing now. This monster is raising its head in the world. It's like addiction for alcohol. You can't help yourself anymore. Dajjal is destroying you. When you cannot get satisfaction, sexual satisfaction, with one woman, you try 10, you try 20, you try... What's his name now? Magic Johnson? And he spoke about the 200 women he had. Eventually you seek satisfaction with another man. And when this also does not fulfill your thirst, your thirst is still there, well, then there's the children left. And then the animals left. But the trump card that Dajjal has at the end of the road is to get daddy and his daughter. Daddy and his daughter, which is called incest. And mummy and her son. And brother and sister. And uncle and niece. And auntie and nephew. Truly this is a test and a trial. How do we respond to this sexual revolution when we know where it's heading? Anarchy, the jungle, worse than the jungle, because animals don't behave like that. Allah commands in the Quran, Ku anfusakum wa ahlikum nara. Protect yourselves and protect your families from the fire which awaits those who act in this way. The punishment for adultery doesn't come on Judgment Day. The punishment for adultery begins, sorry, not adultery, homosexuality begins in the grave, said the Prophet ﷺ. Allah doesn't wait for Judgment Day. He starts punishing you in the grave for homosexuality. What do? Canada has now enacted legislation making it obligatory for all schools, including private schools, including Islamic schools, to now teach that homosexuality is acceptable alternative sex. They're not going to like me now, the Muslim community of Canada. The Muslims who are comfortably ensconced in Canada, living the good life, driving their BMWs, and they don't want to go back to Pakistan. Who wants to go back to Pakistan? Who wants to go back to Egypt? I mean, this is heaven here in Canada. So don't come, Imran Hosein, to remind us about these uncomfortable things that we have to send our children. What else can we do? We're not sending them to the public schools, we're sending them to an Islamic school. But now the Islamic school by law is required to teach that a man marrying another man is something that is acceptable. So what can we do? We got to do it. We have to send the children to the school. That's the law. My answer to them is located in Surah Al Imran. That the angels are taking people into Jahannam. But the angels pause while taking them into Jahannam to ask them, Fima kuntum? What went wrong? Ask the angels. How come you landed yourself in this mess? And they reply exactly what those parents reply in Canada. Well, what else could we do? Kunna mustada'afina fil ard. There was nothing else we could do. Same answer you got there in Canada. To which the angels then respond and ask, Alam takun ardullahi wasi'ah fatuhajiru fiha. A very uncomfortable verse of the Quran, isn't it? Was Allah's earth not wide that you could have made hijrah to some part of Allah's earth where you could have protected your child from this? Into the hellfire. That answer will not suffice to save you from the punishment of Allah. But Allah did not wait for the grave to punish the people of Lut alayhi salam. The people of Lut alayhi salam were practicing homosexuality. And Allah sent the angels to destroy them. And Lut alayhi salam and his family had to leave during the night. And when morning came, the angels sent down big, huge boulders upon Sodom and Gomorrah and destroyed them, and left that as a sign for all times to come, indicating that when a people turn to homosexuality as publicly as they did in Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, private homosexuality in the closet is a different matter. But when it comes out in the public and you have law, the law of the land is that a man can marry another man. You can't hide and say, I didn't know about that. When you do that publicly, and this is what is now happening around the world, as Gog and Magog engage in fasad, sexual fasad. Around the world, legislation is coming now. And if you do not submit and have legislation allowing the legalization of homosexuality, guess what's going to happen to your money? They will attack your money. That's what happened in the Venezuelan Bolivar. Because Maduro and before him Chavez would not bow to the Zionists. So the Bolivar is being attacked. If Venezuela had used gold and silver coins as money, they would not be vulnerable to that attack. And as the Bolivar, the Venezuelan Bolivar is attacked and it falls in value, the concomitant result is rising prices. It's called inflation. And as an inflation increases and it becomes runaway inflation, guess who are hurt the most? Answer: the poor. And who is the constituency that's supporting Chavez and supporting Maduro? The poor. So it's a very dangerous sword that they're using there to attack those who would not submit. In Zimbabwe, and this has a profound lesson for South Africa, in Zimbabwe, they made a deal with Britain some 20 years ago, I think, for Southern Rhodesia to become Zimbabwe, and Salisbury to become Harare. Right. And the deal was that they will have a constitution provided that the white settlers who owned, I don't know how much, 80% or more of the arable land of the country would hold on to their land. And Mugabe signed, and Britain was happy to hand over and give them independence. And for 20 years it continued until the poor of Zimbabwe rose up against Mugabe. Then Mugabe, the great revolutionary, then Mugabe realized this constitutional agreement is not working with Britain. So he had to scrap what was agreed upon with Britain and now seize the land which the whites own and give it to the African people. And then suddenly Mugabe became a very bad man. And guess what happened to the Zimbabwe dollar? Is it called a dollar? The Zimbabwe dollar. Well, I visited Zimbabwe in 2008 for the first time, and my flight arrived earlier than scheduled, and the people who were supposed to receive me were not there. So I said, well, let me make a telephone call and let them know that I'm there. So let me change. I had South African rands, so I thought maybe 20 South African rands I could change to make a local telephone call. So I asked, what is the cost of a local telephone call? And they told me 2 million. 2 million Zimbabwe dollars, that's what they told me. So then I went to the South African Airways counter to complain, and they said, come use our phone. Use our phone. So if you refuse to submit and bring legislation to Parliament to permit the marriage of a man with another man, they will attack you and force you to submit. And one of the easiest ways on which they can attack you is by attacking your money that they created, they programmed, and they control. And then you get runaway inflation, and that's it, you finished. As Maduro is now, Venezuela is now experiencing the world's fastest growing runaway inflation rate in Venezuela. Part of the process to bring down the Venezuelan government. But that is not the most important part of the subject for us. The more important part of the subject for us in our responding to Dajjal's sexual revolution is that there is a verse in Surah Al-Isra. Sheikh Ali Mustafa, if I cannot remember it, please help me. In Surah Al-Isra, Allah speaks about وَإِن مِّن قَرْيَةٍ إِلَّا نَحْنُ مُهْلِكُوهَا قَبْلَ يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ أَوْ مُعَذِّبُوهَا عَذَابًا شَدِيدًا كَانَ ذَلِكَ فِي الْكِتَابِ مَسْطُورًا. Am I correct? No mistake. Okay. And not a single city will escape, but that we're going to destroy them all before Qiyamah. And those which we do not destroy, we will punish with terrible punishment. Indicating that among the reasons by which Allah destroys you, among them, one of them is homosexuality. Because that's why He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. And then He says, I'm leaving this as a sign for all times to come. So as you enact legislation permitting a man to marry another man, the bell is ringing. Another city is going to be destroyed by Allah. If you remain in that city, as they are comfortably ensconced in Canada and in the United States and in Britain and in France and in Europe and in Australia and in Singapore, etc., the gravy train. These countries are called the gravy train. They're the ones who have the hard currency because they got this special chemical. No? So, if you remain in those countries, then when Allah destroys them all, you will also be destroyed. No matter how much dua you make, Allah will destroy you when He destroys them all. Well then, what do we do? The answer is, you cannot change the cities. This is Dajjal and this is Gog and Magog. It is because Hizb ut-Tahrir does not have an eschatology. It is because Hizb ut-Tahrir does not want to have an eschatology. They don't want it. They're uncomfortable with it. That they're pursuing their struggle for restoring the Khilafah wherever they can, at any time in the world. Possible. It is because Dajjal's dancers who dance when he beats his drum the way they danced in Libya to overthrow Gaddafi, and the way they are dancing in Syria now to overthrow the regime in Syria, is because these dancers of Dajjal have a methodology for understanding the Quran and Sunnah, which does not allow them to accept this eschatology, that Dajjal is the mastermind of the sexual revolution, and that Gog and Magog are his foot soldiers through whom he corrupts the people. That they continue living in the cities. Sheikh Imran, we are here in the city so we can continue doing da'wah. Oh really? Well then, suppose you're on board a ship and the ship is sinking. And you can't see the ship is sinking. Because you have eyes and yet cannot see. You have ears and yet cannot hear. You have hearts and yet do not understand. You're just like cattle. The ship is sinking. but you can't see it sinking. Not only is the ship sinking, but no one can prevent it from sinking. Now, this is al-Zamaan. What do? They say, well, we gotta have to amass a grand total of 15 million rands to build this beautiful masjid on board the ship. And this is a sign of progress while the ship is sinking, brother. Yeah. And we have to keep on giving da'wah while the ship is sinking, brother. We who have eschatology, we who have ilmu akhir al-Zamaan, and who can recognize the sexual revolution and recognize the feminist revolution as signs from Allah of Dajjal and of Gog and Magog, we say the guidance that comes from the Quran is different. The guidance comes from Surah Al-Kahf. In Surah Al-Kahf, it was young men, not old people. Young people. They were the ones, not the elders who were comfortable with their way of life. Innahum fityatun amanu birabbihim wasidnahum huda. When a young man stands up while he's still young and shows a backbone made of steel, Allah increases his guidance and increases his faith. What did they do? When they realized that they could not change their society, but that if they pursued in the effort to change the society, they were going to be targeted. إِذْ يَظْهَرُ عَلَيْكُمْ يَرْجُمُوكُمْ. They're going to target you. What they did was فَأُوا إِلَى الْكَفْ. They withdrew from that society. That is the guidance of the Quran. They withdrew from that society and they fled to the cave. Maybe it was meant to be a temporary stopover in the cave, to sleep for a few hours. So when you wake up, refresh, you can continue your journey. And Allah put them to sleep. And they slept for 300 years. And Allah said, I've done that لِنَعْلَمَ أَيُّ الْحِزْبَيْنِ أَحْصَى لِمَا لَبِثُوا أَمَدًا. Because there's a profound lesson that He wants to teach us about what happened in the cave. After they had slept for 300 years, remember, first of all, the first response is withdrawal. They woke up and they questioned each other, how long have we been here? So one of them said, maybe a day or part of a day, which I find strange. Why? Well, what's wrong? Can't you see? If you've been there in the cave for 300 years, then your fingernails will be as long as from Cape Town to Robben Island. So it's easy. Your beard will be very long, your hair will be very long, and so on. So how come they didn't notice that? How can you say a day or a part of a day? Biological time, 300 years of biological time, would result in your fingernails as long as from Cape Town to Robben Island. Oh, I see. They spent 300 years, but they didn't spend those 300 years in biological time. Are there any other worlds of time other than biological time? I wish we had Dr. Ansari now to take over the lecture. My teacher of blessed memory. Are there any other worlds of time beyond biological time? Can we explore other worlds of space and time? If you remain a prisoner of the here and the now, when Dajjal beats his drums, you're going to go to Syria to fight the Yankee jihad. If you remain a prisoner, an intellectual prisoner of the here and the now, the moment, then when Dajjal beats his drums, you're going to flee, run to Syria to join in the Yankee jihad. But when you can penetrate beyond the here and the now, when you can realize that there are other worlds beyond the material world, other worlds of space and other worlds of time, you will then be able to penetrate the subject of Dajjal. You will then be able to understand that Dajjal is the mastermind. You can't change the town and the city. So that's why we have given the project of the Muslim village, located in the remote countryside. The Muslim village located in the remote countryside. Get out of the cities and get out of the towns, where men and women can now marry and get a marriage certificate. Get out of the towns and cities where women are dressed and yet naked. Get out of the towns and cities where women are dressed like men and men are dressed like women. Get out of the towns and cities where day by day we're coming to that moment when people will be having sexual intercourse in public. What more do you need to hear? The signs are all there. And when you flee to the countryside, to the remote countryside, do so as a small community, not a big community. A village. And in that village you can have people who are not Muslims. Sure. Provided that you can live with each other with some mutual agreement as to norms of public conduct. And you cannot be hostile to each other. So you cannot be hostile to Islam and expect that we live together in the village. And in that village you produce your own food. And in that village you must make sure you have your own source of water. And in that village you're not dependent on energy from the national grid. Because in the cave they got the energy from sunlight. So natural energy. And in that village you live as a community, a unity. You must have a jama'ah, you must have an amir, and you must have sam'a wa ta'ata. Listen and obey. A sam'a wa ta'ata. Listening and obeying. And in that village you must practice the deen as Allah and His Messenger have given you. And if you do that, يَنْشُرْ لَكُمْ رَبُّكُمْ مِنْ رَحْمَتِهِ وَيُحَيِّي لَكُمْ مِنْ أَمْرِكُمْ مِرْفَقًا. Surah Al-Kahf says, Allah will shower you with His mercy and you'll be able to survive the awesome challenges of Dajjal's sexual revolution. رَبَّنَا تَقَبَّلْ مِنَّا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ وَتُبْ عَلَيْنَا يَا مَوْلَانَا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ بِرَحْمَتِكَ يَا أَرْحَمَ الرَّاحِمِينَ آمين.
Alhamdulillah, shukran Maulana Imran Hosein for once again expounding on the Islamic response to Dajjal's sexual revolution. And indeed, I trust that we are much more informed now and that we are ready to ask the pertinent questions. So again, for those who have not been here before, Muhammad or somebody will come around with a mic. So we prefer verbal questions to be posed. But for those who feel a bit shy, you can write it on a piece of paper, pass it forward. There will be somebody that will bring forward. And also for the international guests, please email or pose your questions, and we will see to that your question will be answered, inshallah. So without further ado, is there any questions to kick off the session? There's a question at the back.
Assalamu alaikum. Maulana, I'm Ayub. As you know. With the Dajjal sexual revolution, as we find there's lots of homosexuality taking place, and many Muslim health professionals are coming and discussing that there are many Muslim individuals, women and children, women, young children, young people, as well as men, coming and saying they have homosexual tendencies. Many of them are Muslim and they want to remain Muslim and they are disgusted with themselves. So sometimes it's either something that's happened in their past, whether there's some form of sexual abuse that has taken place. And unfortunately, the Muslim community, or whether it be the ulama and the medical fraternity, hasn't come up with a solution as yet to help these individuals. Because these individuals are coming to Muslim psychologists or doctors and asking for help, but they can't seem to find it. I know there are some Christian groups that are doing active work trying to help such individuals amongst the Christian faith. But what can Muslims do to help such Muslim individuals that want to get rid of homosexuality?
So again, as per the norms of the program, we will allow for 3 questions per session, and then we'll proceed with answers. Is there any international?
There's one international question.
Please proceed.
It's from a young individual who asks, how do the youth of the modern age protect themselves from Dajjal and the pervasive sexual promiscuity which is ubiquitous in our communities and societies?
Take another question. Is from the lady. Please proceed.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to ask, with regards to the Muslim villages, we would be following the Islamic penal code, yes or no, within the Muslim village? Or would the Islamic penal code be applied in the Muslim village? That would be penal code.
Penal code, yeah. Penal code, yeah. That's the 3 questions. So, Maulana, if you can please proceed.
Yes.
Number one, how do we respond to those who confess their homosexuality and yet would like to continue to be recognized as Muslims and would like to live the Muslim way, of the Islamic way of life with greater integrity? These would definitely be people who have reached a stage of addiction. Because once there is a capacity for choice, then you can speak with them and show them what Allah's Messenger has said, what the Quran has said, and give them the choice. And if they have sincerity in their heart, they'll choose this way rather than that. So we're not dealing with such people. We're dealing with people who have reached a stage where they can no longer choose. They are addicted. This is a branch of knowledge, this is a problem which requires 2 branches of knowledge. You need Islamic medical ethics and you need Islamic psychology. And I therefore, whenever I get questions like these, I send them to the experts. In Islamic medical ethics, you have a student of Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari, MashaAllah, who is right here in South Africa, in Durban, my beloved brother who studied with me and with Sheikh Ali Mustafa, Dr. Abul Fadl Mohsen Ibrahim, who is a professor of Islamic Studies at the University of Durban in South Africa, and who ranks as one of the world's experts in Islamic medical ethics. Then you need a second branch of knowledge, or Islamic psychology. And in that branch of knowledge, I would recognize Professor Dr. Malik Badri. I consider him to be my elder brother. He used to be the dean of the Institute of Contemporary Islamic Studies in Malaysia. ISTAC. What is ISTAC? Islamic Thought and Civilization, Contemporary Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC. He was the dean of that institute in Malaysia, and now he's back in Sudan, heading a university in Sudan. But if you've read his tiny booklet, The Dilemma of the Muslim Psychologist, how many of you have read that? Let me see a show of hands. Let me see your hands. Come on, put your hands up. What's wrong? the dilemma of the Muslim psychologist by Malik Badri. Put it down. They put it down. Recommended reading. So small. Malik Badri ranks among the top in the world of Islam, in Islamic psychology. And I believe he has written on the subject of homosexuality and how you respond to addiction. We're not responding to normal homosexuality where you simply preach and teach the people. We're responding to addiction. Okay. How do young people protect themselves when sex is available as freely as sunshine? The young people have their hormones raging all over the place. And sex is available anyhow you turn, you're being provoked and provoked and provoked. What do you do? There are some who are not going to be comfortable with my answer. But if it is the truth, you must proclaim it without regard for consequences. If people are comfortable with the answer, alhamdulillah. But if they're not comfortable with the answer, and this is what has come from the Quran and Sunnah, then too bad for them. You must preach the deen to please the Lord, not to please the people. Not to please such people. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah An-Nisa He does not send down legislation to tell you how many wives you can have. No, that's not the purpose. He sends down legislation to limit the number you can have. وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا تَعْدِلُوا أَلَّا تُقْسِطُوا فِي الْيَتَامَى وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا تُقْسِطُوا فِي الْيَتَامَى فَانْكِحُوا مَا طَابَ لَكُم مِّنَ النِّسَاءِ مَثْنَى وَثُلَاثَ وَرُبَاعَ وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا تَعْدِلُوا فَوَاحِدَةً أَوْ مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ أَوْ مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ. So one of the ways in which the young man can find release for this raging tension around him and bring some satisfaction to the thirst is in plural marriages. To the extent that you have the means to maintain and to guard and protect, Allah permits you to have more than one wife. All through our history, for 1400 years, this was never a problem. This was never a subject of debate amongst the companions of the Prophet ﷺ. No. The Prophet himself ﷺ had many wives, and so too his companions. It is only when Dajjal gave us modern Western civilization that modern Western civilization came with this new dogma that we never heard before. A good men have only one wife. Virtuous men have only one wife. Men of character and integrity have only one wife. And if a fella has more than one wife, something is wrong with him. He's rotten. Stay away from him. When they brainwash you into accepting that rubbish, then they'll point and say, you see that prophet? See how many wives he had? So stay away from this religion. That's the strategy. How do we respond? The answer is, if we cannot change the society, and we cannot change women who are already brainwashed. Sorry for using that language, brainwashed. then what we'll do is to remove ourselves and withdraw and go and build our little piece of heaven somewhere out in the remote countryside, where we build a Muslim village. Amongst the signs of the last day is that one man would have to maintain how many women?
50.
Huh?
50.
Are you scared to say it?
50.
One man would have to maintain 50 women, 50. That's 40 plus 10, eh? Indicating, among other things, that there is going to be a calamitous decline in the birth of baby boys. Why? Ask your cell phone. Ask the radiation that is corrupting the sperm production. The technicians who have to work putting up the poles for your cell phones to work, these technicians cannot have baby boys anymore. Their wives give only baby girls. The evidence is already there. So when you build a Muslim village in the remote countryside, if she says, I don't want my husband to take another wife, you can say to her, why don't you stay in Johannesburg? You're not yet ready for the Muslim village. The Muslim village is for those women who bow their heads in submission to Allah and His Messenger. Not for those women who still raise their heads in defiance of what has come from Allah and His Messenger. I know I'm going to hurt the feelings of some people. I know some are going to be very angry with me for speaking like this. But the Muslim village is for those Muslim women who bow their heads in submission to that which has come from Allah and His Messenger. Not for those whose heads are still raised in defiance. If what we are saying about what has come from Allah and His Messenger is wrong, then correct us. Yes, by do means correct us. But if this is what is in the Quran and Sunnah, then this is a means through which young men can respond to the sexual provocation of Dajjal's sexual revolution. The Muslim village offers yet something else. We are moving into an age now where large numbers of women will not be able to get husbands, so long as you stick to monogamy, one man, one wife. It's already in the world, in many parts of the world. Singapore, for example. So many in Singapore come to me, Maulana, help me. I want to get married. So many come to my wife, please tell Maulana, I want to get married. Can you help me? Yeah? Because we can't find a husband. Why? Because not available. One man, one wife. Scarcity of men. So when we build a Muslim village, we say that any woman who comes to the village, and remember, not all trees are ornamental trees, eh? Any woman who comes to the village and says, I want a husband, somebody has to offer to marry her. And when you marry her, remember, you've got to live in our village, so we're looking to see. If you step out of line and you misbehave and you're not treating her well, the whole village will respond. This is not like the modern city where you don't even know your next door neighbor's name. No, not in a village. In a village, we all live like a family. So every single woman who comes to the village and says, I want to get a husband, somebody has to offer to marry. Not because you offer to marry her, does it mean she has to accept her? She has the freedom to say no to you. If she has an offer and she turns it down, well then, the ball is in her court. But there will be no women in the village who want husbands and who does not have husbands. There will be women who say, I'm no longer interested in a husband, I'm fine as I am. So you wouldn't expect such a woman to fall prey to adultery, fornication. No. For adultery and fornication to take place, you've got to find a woman who is willing. You can't find them in the Muslim village. You've got to go outside of the Muslim village, not in the Muslim village. Because every woman in the Muslim village either has a husband or is not interested in marriage. I'm fine as I am. As a consequence of which we believe that we might be able to survive while the ship is sinking in the rest of the world.
Penal code. There was one last question.
Would the penal code be? Would the penal code? The penal code would be the laws of punishment. Penal code, laws of punishment. In Brooklyn, Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn, I think it was, African Americans had a masjid, Masjid Ikhwa, I think it was. Imam was Imam Ibrahim, who was tall as a coconut tree and a powerfully built man. And the African Americans, mashallah, they had a lot of sincerity in their heart. So if somebody committed zina, he would come and tell the Imam. He would come and tell Imam, I did it. And then Imam will roll up his sleeve. Imam will roll up his sleeve, and in the masjid, Imam and a few others will give him a beating. And after he'd gotten his beating, mashallah, he's purified, he's still a member of the Jama'ah. Yeah. And life goes on in the masjid in Brooklyn. And the government of the United States of America have never done anything to prevent Imam Ibrahim from enforcing the penal code in downtown Brooklyn. So if you وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا, those who strive and struggle in our way, we'll open a way for them. So to the extent that it is possible for us to enforce the penal code, yes, we will in the Muslim village.
Shukran Maulana. Time is fast running out. I think we've got time for about 2 questions at most. I'll take one from the floor, and I'll take in from the floor.
Shukran. Maulana, I'm sure if you're familiar with Zaki Ahmad, who's now the spokesperson in this country for TAC, treatment against.
What's the name? Zakir Ahmad?
Zaki Ahmad is the head of the Treatment Action Campaign.
Treatment Action
Zakir
Campaign,
Ahmad.
fight against HIV/AIDS. Do you think this is coincidental, or is it also a perfect example of Dajjal, that a born Muslim has been handpicked from society in order to promote Dajjal's plan of secular revolution? Is he a perfect example of that within our community, or is it just coincidental?
I'll take another question. That will be the final question, unfortunately.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Maulana, I just wanted to ask if Maulana was referring to the lizard's hole with Professor Malik's book, Professor Badri's book. Secondly, Maulana, I might have misunderstood the context, but as far as polygynous marriages is concerned, I heard Maulana say you must stay away from such a man. I just wanted to tell Maulana, research has shown that, and I think Maulana at the end gave another view. I didn't understand, but research has shown that if it's a potent individual, a very powerful physically and spiritually individual, and this applies in the animal kingdom also, then it's better that he spread his good influence over more than one area. And in Cape Town, much of this has happened because since we came here 300 years ago, many of our imams have had more than one family, and in many of the families, a hafiz was produced in each family. Shukran.
And the last question, unfortunately, we got to.
Assalamu alaikum.
Islam.
When some people will be ready to move out from cities and to move to the countryside, are there any particular locations where people can move around the South Africa?
Shukran. Maulana.
About this individual in South Africa, who I believe is the head of some movement protecting the rights of homosexuals, is it? Well, I cannot comment on a subject on which I have no knowledge. I think the local people, the local scholars are better in a position to respond to you. I don't even know his name. Yes, that book, the dilemma of the Muslim psychologist, is based on this hadith, that you will follow the sunan, the way of life of those who came before you, shibhan bi shibhin, step by step, to such an extent that if they were to go down into a lizard's hole, which is where the paper money is located, you will also follow them into the lizard's hole. So Dr. Malik Badri wrote his book based on that hadith. So the people ask, O Messenger of Allah, who are you referring to? Are you referring to the Jews and Christians? And he asked, who else? But now, using proper methodology, we know that Allah's messengers is not referring to all Jews. No. And he's not referring to all Christians. No. We quoted the verse of the Quran, وَلَن تَرْضَى عَنْكَ الْيَهُودَ وَلَن نَصَارَ حَتَّى تَتَّبِعَ مِلَّتَهُمْ. And we said this could not apply to all Jews and all Christians because there will be conflict with other verses of the Quran. And we were able to move in and close in and identify that is actually the Jews and Christians who come together, بَعْدُهُمْ أَوْلِيَاءُ بَعْض, the Jewish-Christian alliance. These Jews and these Christians are the ones who will never be content, never be satisfied until they get you to go down with them into the lizard's hole. I said that Dajjal is the architect who brought into being modern Western civilization. And modern Western civilization then advanced an agenda, dangerous one, in which modern Western civilization argues, not Imran Hosein, modern Western civilization argues that good men have only one wife. And if a man has more than one wife, he's a bad man. Stay away from him. This is not Imran Hosein's views. This is Dajjal. This is Dajjal. And my response to modern Western civilization is that what has come from Allah and His Messenger must prevail. So if you in your cities and your towns will not accept plural marriages, when Allah and His Messenger have given plural marriages, then we will withdraw from your society. You go and live your way of life and leave us. Let us go to the remote countryside. And in the remote countryside, we live the way of life ordained by the one who created us from a drop of sperm. When do we move from the cities to the countryside? You move from the cities to the countryside when you see the signs around you that the ship is sinking. Those are signs which are easy to recognize. The angel came and asked, oh, all right. The last of the 5 questions, what are the signs of the last day? And he replied, you know the tall buildings? And the slave woman will give birth to the mistress. So when you see the tall high-rise buildings all around the world, you know one of the signs. If you can't see the high-rise building, the tall buildings, you should go to the optician and have your eyes examined. The slave woman giving birth to her mistress is a much more difficult one to decipher. Women dressed and yet naked, you can see it all around. Just go to the shopping malls. Women dressed like men, go to any bank and you'll see. Men dressed like women is becoming more fashionable now. Now don't be angry with me. Promise? I know some people will be angry with me. What can I do? If a man is to dress as a woman, the first thing he has to do is to shave off his beard. Go ahead.
Well, I think there was just one. Just to extend the question, I think the lady asked, is there any villages at present where you can actually move to?
It would not be wise for me to disclose in public information. Allahumma Jalla Jalaluhu. But yes, there are many projects of Muslim villages around the world now. Contact me privately, inshallah.
Inshallah. So that concludes the session. The word salah and chicken biryani and curry on the menu.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so it's a final call for people to rejoin us in the seminar room, please. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Just to facilitate matters somewhat, if you are interested in joining in the effort to establish or implement or enact any of the ideas which Maulana has taught us, has brought to a fore, There are a few key people that I'd like to encourage you to make contact with. The only requirement is that you have the intention to do it, and that you have the sincere intention to do it, and that you are willing to put in the time and the effort. That's it. We don't put any other major requirements on people. If you are interested in attending, helping out, promoting, or just even coming to experience the difference of the Islamic free and fair market, then Haji Abdullah Wahi, Haji, if you can stand please, is the person you have to speak to. Please speak to him, please give him your details, take his details, and bother him until you get access to the market, until you get access to help in the work of the market, inshallah. If you are interested in participating in an effort to establish a Muslim village, then please speak to me. If you are also interested in the process for the dirhams, or if you want to know more technical information about it, you can speak to me about that as well. If you want to know about the facade of Ya'juj and Ma'juj, for example, specifically in the area of food and GMOs, Fakhri Hassan, he's got a master's degree in microbiology. He's spent the last probably 10 years not only studying the subject, but actively involved in advocacy against the GMO issue, especially within South Africa and internationally. So these are a few key people that you can speak to. Obviously, Sheikh Ali Mustafa is also there if you want to know anything more about Quranic foundations. Don't ask us about that. Maulana Imran Hosein, Ali Mustafa, we're still juniors in that department. So please don't be shy, and don't let the opportunity pass you by. That is my only request. Do not leave here today with all of this and let it consume you in your bed and in your dreams and in your house and while you're eating biryani. Do something about it. Huh? And pray that Allah will accept your sincere efforts for that. Alhamdulillah.
Shukran as-salam. Shukran Muhammad Abrams for that, our Amir, and we thank him for the excellent guidance that we have received from him, and in fact may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy for him, because there's a lot of pressure on his family, and may his wife inshallah be blessed for her patience, alhamdulillah. So I would like to welcome you again back on behalf of the Islamic Network. Thank you for your presence, and we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, again the ilm that we have obtained here today, that it be of a blessing to us and benefit to us, and for those you imparted to, that it be of benefit to them inshallah, because we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah bless us all and this gathering, and that whatever emanates from this, that it would be purely for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ameen. The program, just one, before I introduce the program, just one other thing that Muhammad perhaps forgot to mention, is that we also have educational programs and skills development programs that we rolling out in this year. So if you would like to, if there's any math, science, English, and other subjects that you are skilled in teaching, we also have programs that we would like to roll out to other to the poor, preferably the poorer communities, as a contribution. So inshallah, if you would like to get involved, then there's also one of the other programs that we are on the cards is the solar development program. So that is also one of the things if there's any skills in that department, please get involved. We're also having a rollout of a heritage program later on, and a sustainable development program for the school. So inshallah, there's quite a lot on the cards, and we're also busy with a masjid restorations. You'll see there We've already have been quite successful in Greenpoint Masjid in Khayelitsha, and basically any masajid, any place that for the furtherance of Islamic studies or any to bring us closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If there's anybody, please contact us, and we will contribute to the restoration of these places, inshallah. So without further ado, let me introduce this is going to be an open forum this afternoon. It would be the panelists is Maulana Imran N Hosein and Sheikh Ali Mustafa. It's really an overview of the seminar, but we can also generalize it. I'm sure Maulana Imran and Sheikh Ali Mustafa would be able to entertain general questions as well. But if there's any clarifications and needs that you would like on the seminar and on the topics that has been dealt with, please feel free. The format is going to be very similar to what we've had in the Q&A. Please, for those who have just arrived, we would prefer a verbal oratory presentation. The mic will go around. Otherwise, if you feel a bit shy, you can write down your question on a piece of paper and pass it forward. I'll then entertain it. We've also got international guests live. We live streaming on imranhossein.org. So we also take questions internationally. So without further ado, I think Maulana Imran and Sheikh Ali Mustafa said that they haven't got any inputs to make. So we will go straight into question and answers. And please feel free. Another that I forgot to mention, I will allow you to do an introduction, but please not a sermon. I'll politely cut you. Make sure that you stick to, and I'll allow during the session. I'll allow 1 or 2 questions per person. I'll allow it, okay? Because I know there's a lot of issues at hand, and very often one person has got a lot on his plate. So make your notes while the discussion is on, and please, as I said, that is the format. So please feel free. Tafadal, Bismillah. The floor is open for any questions. Who's manning the international? Oh, the first one? Yeah, Tafadal, Bismillah.
Shukran, Fakhri, Brother Fakhri. I've actually got 3 questions, but I'll tone it down to 2. And can be answered by any of the 2 esteemed sheikhs. The one question is that we are living in a secular state, or state that's not Islamic. And we also I wouldn't say we must also survive in the state, but we also have to operate within the state as Muslims and so on, and go about our lives as Muslims. Now, the government of the day makes a lot of laws that or legalize a lot of things which we as Muslims cannot conform to. Do we have to worry ourselves about these laws that are being passed every day or every time in Parliament that are un-Islamic? Or should we just do as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or stick to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have ordered us to do? And should we make such a big noise about the illegal laws that are being passed? Or should we not rather see that as a test for our faith? Because the government of the day makes laws that are pro-choice. The ANC government's laws is based on pro-choice. Otherwise, they will legalize basically everything. It's up to the individual to make their choice between the right and the wrong. Right? So should we be bothered about that, or should we just accept it as a test of our own faith? Then the second question I want to ask is, have Maulana Hosein ever met up with other faith clergymen of other faiths, and what is their view on Dajjal and Magog, Gog and Magog? Are they fully aware of it, and do they also see that the destruction of religion all over the world is taking place? How did they respond if you have met with any one of them, for example, maybe with Desmond Tutu and other clergymen from other faiths?
Shukran. Is he international? No? Is he international? Then I'll go for the another international.
Okay, so here's a question. How will the alliance between Eastern Orthodox Rome and the Muslims be formed? There's no country there. And then another one is, how many more Arab countries are going to be attacked by the Zionists after Syria? That's from the UK.
Is there another question from the floor? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. On the first day, Maulana mentioned about the system of how Maulana Fazlur Rahman al-Ansari was explaining, and the example that he used was the example of Hazrat Aisha's hadith that comes in Bukhari Sharif, and we discard that hadith because it goes contrary to a lot of other. So if Maulana could just explain to us what should be our viewpoint, because we have a big problem today where people say that the Prophet is a pedophile and he married a 6-year-old. So how do we respond, and what is our outcome on that?
Okay, so that concludes the question for this session. We'll have to continue with the next session. So Maulana Imran and Sheikh Ali would like to go first.
Sheikh Ali Mustafa.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh.
And Sheikh Ali, we don't have to answer the questions in order. I mean, as long as we cover all the questions.
I'll go for the first one.
Okay.
Do we have to worry about any Islamic laws passed by the parliament or accept, or how should our response be? I think that's what the question is about. As far as I understand, as Muslims, definitely our allegiance, total allegiance is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are not just religious people, we are a nation, and we have a complete deen. The Kuffar know that also, most of them, the leaders at least, so that, but they have got the authority in the country where they are ruling. And any government, they can make any rule, and they can pass any law. I mean, some of the laws are very, very, against religion besides Islam. I mean, we cannot accept any law which is against the tenets of Islam or of religion, but particularly Islam. We cannot just leave it like that. Especially like personal laws. Some things may be difficult. There are certain laws, like for instance, the one you have been dealing with in this country. Muslims have it in every other country where there's non-Islamic rules. It's concerning the multiple marriages. Okay, it is not allowed to register more than one marriage. So what Muslims have been doing, they have been doing the nikah for those who want to marry more than one wife. You could not register it, but if you are a citizen in a country, you might be able to do it. Otherwise, you may not be able to live comfortably with that. But there are a lot of laws. But every individual Muslims, and my view is that if it is against Islam, you don't accept it. You don't have to follow it. Maybe Maulana may add some to it, but this is what I have to say on this question.
I'll have this, yeah. Bismillahi awwaluhu wa akhiruh. When we locate this question in Akhir al-Zamaan, we recognize that laws which are being enacted, in which what Allah made halal is made haram, and what Allah made haram is made halal. by governments and by parliaments around the world, and not happening by accident. And this is going to intensify as time passes. And the rope around our necks is growing tighter and tighter. When a government or a parliament enacts a law in which they make halal what Allah made haram, and make haram what Allah made halal, like for example legalizing money being lent on interest. Allah made it haram and they made it halal. This is called, what is the name of this sin? You know it, mashallah. It's shirk. Where's the evidence? Where? Where is the evidence in the Quran that this is shirk? I got a whole afternoon ahead of me now, you know, so I can take my time now. Which surah? I think you're guessing now. Surah At-Tawbah. See? وَمِنْ أَهْلِ no. اتخذوا أحبارهم ورهبانهم أربابا من دون الله والمسيح ابن مريم وما أمروا إلا يعبدوا إلها واحد لا إله إلا هو سبحانه عما يشركون. They took their priests and rabbis as gods and lords beside Allah. And they did the same with the Messiah, the son of Mary. But they had not been ordered other than to worship one God. There is no God beside him. Far removed is he from this shirk. So a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, O Messenger of Allah, but he was a Christian, became a Muslim. But the Christians don't worship their priests. And the Jews don't worship their rabbis. How could Allah say so? To which the Prophet ﷺ replied and said, did they not make halal what Allah made haram? That is their shirk. And did the people not follow them in it? That's their shirk. And so the question which has to be asked, and the answer is fairly simple, you don't need a PhD to answer it, is if the priest and the rabbi make halal what Allah made haram, and that is shirk, then if the government does the same, would it not be shirk? If the parliament does the same, would it not be shirk? Well, around the world today, we are embraced by an all-pervasive shirk. It's the one sin that Allah will not forgive. How do we respond to shirk? The answer was already given in Surah Al Imran. The angels ask, Fima kuntum. Which surah? You see, I think it's the biryani did that, you know. You forgot. Surah Al Imran. Fima kuntum. Nisa? Fima kuntum. Surah An-Nisa. Fima kuntum. What happened? How did you end up in this mess? And they reply and say, well, we couldn't do anything else. We were helpless. Huh? There was nothing else we could do. We were helpless. There was no alternative. That's the answer. Kunna mustad'afina fil ard. To which the angels respond, and what did they say? Alam takun ardullahi wasi'a fatuhajiru fiha. Was Allah's earth not wide, that you could have searched somewhere on Allah's earth where you could make hijrah and not betray your deen, be faithful to Allah and His Messenger. So the response when you see that shirk embracing you is not to cut corners and to say, well, there's nothing else I can do. The response is that the time will come when the best property of a Muslim is some sheep that he would take with him to the mountainsides, to places where rain fall, fleeing with his deen from that fitna. That is when you cannot succeed in a collective response. Then the individual response is this. But only how many will adopt this position? How many will flee? 1 in 1,000. Yeah. 999 are going to stay where they are.
Sorry, Maulana, just if I can just interject there. At the moment, here in South Africa, we are about to embark on an elections. I know you have explained the subject at length, but if you can just clarify that aspect of it as well. You know, we've got Muslim parties as well, Islamic parties as well. So if you can just clarify that as well.
Sheikh Ali Mustafa did political science, eh? Yeah. Don't let him get away. He did political science. Bismillah.
I think you know the answer to the question. I like Maulana to speak because I think he speaks more entertaining. Enjoy it also. But it is actually what we call you see, most of the states, including this one, are secular states. And you have been listening or been reading or studying, you know, that is actually anti-God. So it is a form of shirk because sovereignty is to the state. And Islam, the Quran teaches us that sovereignty belongs to Allah. In al-mulku lillah. Okay? So that is why we could not participate in that, because it will be giving them the license to make laws for us. Okay, I know there are people who say that, oh well, you have to be there so that you can also make some changes, but it doesn't really work like that. Some of them have even written that if some of those political scientists, I mean non-Muslims who are writing and those who are knowing about what is happening in the world, they said that if the voter thinks that his vote counts, think again. I don't count. But as a believer, you could not give authority, that's what it actually means, to another one over Allah. That's what it really comes to. That is as much I would say, but maybe Maulana can give you a better...
Yeah. I will just continue from where Sheikh Ali Mustafa left off. The reason why I said that revolution in 1908, where? In Turkey, that's right, was a far more important revolution for us than the French Revolution and the American Revolution and so on, and the Bolshevik Revolution. It's because of the transfer from one model of a state in which we recognize Allah's sovereignty, that He is Al-Malik, to another model of state which emerged out of Europe and which declared that Allah is no longer Al-Malik. The people are now sovereign. After the Ottoman Islamic Empire was dismantled and the Republic of Turkey came into being under Mustafa Kemal, the ball was thrown into the court of the world of Islam. How will the world of Islam respond? How will Islamic scholarship respond to this dramatic and momentous change which has taken place in the seat of the Khilafah? This was zalzala. Huh? This was an earthquake like no other earthquake before. This was the Darul Khilafah, Constantinople. And now this dramatic change has taken place, and the model of state which came out of Europe, which is based without a shadow of a doubt on shirk, now replaces the Khilafah state. The most important response that came from the world of Islam didn't come from Al-Azhar. No, Al-Azhar did give a response, but it was not the most important. It didn't come from the Arabs. It didn't come from Iran. It didn't come from Africa. It came from India. Indian Muslims responded intellectually with the most profound response. Indeed, they created a movement called the Khilafat movement. And the purpose of the Khilafat movement was to struggle for the preservation of this model of a state based on divine sovereignty. Pakistanis don't like to hear this. But the most important voices of all, which came out in favor of the Republican state, and as a consequence cut down the foundations of those who were struggling for the Khilafah state. Whether you like it or not, go to the back and read my book entitled Iqbal and Pakistan's Moment of Truth, and then refute me if you can. The most powerful voice and the most important voice was that of Iqbal. We say he was a great scholar, yes. We honor him and we respect him, yes. But he made a mountain of a mistake. This was not the only mistake that he made. And when we point out the mistake of a great scholar, we don't do that to insult him or disrespect him. Not at all. In the same way that we point out his error, you must point out my error and his error. Otherwise, you could get away with an error and nobody will correct you. Iqbal was the most important voice in the world of Islam, lending its weight to the new model of a state, Muhammad Iqbal. And then Jinnah was able to follow in his footsteps. And then you got the Republican state of Pakistan, which took the name of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and ended up as the American Republic of Pakistan. So, this is a very important subject which needs further study. The emergence of the modern Republican state, secular state, and it's using it to replace the Khilafah state, and how should we respond? Our response is that we're not going to be a part of this. No. We're not going to be voting in elections. No. Our hearts are with the Khilafah state. And we recognize the Khilafah state to be authentic because it recognized divine sovereignty. And Allah sent us as an ummah. What is that ayah? Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله and ummatan wasata. We are the ones who must set the example for the rest of mankind. Yeah.
Proceed next.
Someone asked, have I ever dialogued with other faiths on the subject of the end times? Right here in Cape Town, at the University of Cape Town, the same team organized it was a Christian, Jewish, Muslim dialogue on the end times. But I asked the team to inform whoever is representing the Jews that I will not sit on the same platform with a supporter of the State of Israel. No, I can't have a friendly dialogue with you. So when the team approached the Jewish representative, and mentioned this, then they said, well, this is going to be a political, so they backed out of it. But the Christians responded positively, and Bishop Quinlan represented Christianity. We had a packed auditorium at the University of Cape Town that night, packed to capacity. And the audience were with us all the way, from beginning to end. We had no problems at all with that audience, both the bishop and myself. And at the end of the day, the Jewish representative was furious. He could have kicked himself that they lost this golden opportunity. The dialogue took place in a very mutually respectful atmosphere. No boxing gloves. This is not Ahmad Didat. Sorry for speaking. Sorry for saying this is not Ahmad Didat. No boxing gloves. No fireworks. Mutual respect. Even when we differed with each other in a respectful way. And I learned a lot. And he learned a lot as well. But the audience learned the most. So it is possible to have dialogue that is mutually respectful on the end times. I hope to be in Moscow again, inshallah, by the month of May, and this time to meet with representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church. And our objective, our goal, we hope that Allah will bless it with success, is to get the Russian Orthodox Church to agree to host a conference, a dialogue, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, on Akhir al-Zamaan, on the condition that we're not going to sit down with any Zionist. Yeah. Any Christian Zionist or Jewish Zionist. Once you're a Zionist, we're not going to sit down with you. How can we make the alliance with Rome? If an alliance with Rome is to take place, then we have to be honest and call a spade a spade. If the alliance with Rome is to take place, we have to be honest and call a spade a spade. What happened in 1542, when Sultan Muhammad Fatih conquered Constantinople, and the first thing that he did was to take Hagia Sophia, which was the premier cathedral of Rome, of the Orthodox Christians, and transform it into a masjid, and that it remained a masjid thereafter for about 400 to 500 years, without any significant voice in the world of Islam rising up against it. That this was something which was shameful, this is something which was disgraceful, and this is something which was manifestly sinful. Unless you can do that, call a spade, you won't be able to make much headway in an alliance with Rome. I gave a lecture at the Islamic University of Malaysia about a year and a half ago on the subject of the conquest of Constantinople in Akhir al-Zamaan, in which I denounced that transformation of the church, the cathedral, into a masjid. And I said that when we conquer Constantinople and break the back of NATO, which is coming, the first thing we'll do is return the church. The second thing we'll do is apologize. The third thing we'll do is restore the name of Constantinople. That lecture so pleased the people of Russia, of Greece, of Romania, of Bulgaria, of Eastern Europe, that they immediately, despite all the years of savagery, of bloodshed, of hatred, of enmity, they immediately began to respond positively to me. This is just an example of the things you have to do, the homework you have to do if you are to succeed in alliance with Rome. How many more Arab countries are going to be targeted? It's difficult to tell. I thought, and I was wrong. And I'm happy to be wrong sometimes. I thought the first to fall would have been Jordan. And I said so in 2001. I said King Abdullah probably has already packed his suitcase. Jordan hasn't fallen as yet. So it's difficult to predict which one will be next and which one will be next. Okay? But I don't think they're finished with Egypt. I said that it seems to me that the master plan is to get the Arab Spring, to get Dajjal's warriors to dance to his tunes and bring down governments so that they be replaced by so-called Islamic governments, which will be preaching fire and brimstone for Israel, so that they could claim that Islam is now a rising force in the world and that Islam is menacing Israel and will be a potential menace to the world. This was my analysis. And when Mubarak was toppled and the Ikhwan took over in Egypt, I felt, and I still feel, that this was meant to be part and parcel of the fulfillment of that master plan. The fact that Sisi took over from Morsi may not have been a part of the Zionist plan, may not have been. Whether Sisi had links or did not have links with Israel, I don't know. But I don't think this is going to continue as it is. I believe that the master plan is still being pursued. In Syria, for example, that if the Assad regime were to be brought down, that the new regime that will replace Assad must be one that will beat the drums for Islam, not for secular Arabism, not Arab nationalism, for Islam to challenge Israel. And eventually that Israel will get what is known as casus bellum, a justification for waging war. Which could be the next country? I don't know how long it will take, but I'm watching Saudi Arabia. How do we respond to those who insist that a 6-year-old can be married? What we have done, students of Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari, is to give you methodology and to demonstrate that based on the verses of the Quran, which I have not used in this session, this hadith is in conflict with the Quran. And if a hadith is in conflict with the Quran, that hadith must be considered to be fabricated. The Quran clearly does not permit marriage with a child who is 6 years of age. Where is the evidence? If you have the time, we can do it for you. Okay? This is the methodology I would suggest. Not through mathematical calculations. Well, she would have been so many years of age because this happened and that happened and that happened and that happened. And you compute age. That's one route. That's not our route. Our route is to show that this hadith is in conflict with the Quran. Like the hadith which says that women, because two women's witness of two women equal to one man, it demonstrates that women are inferior to men. Huh? Really? Does that demonstrate women being inferior to men? Is there any place in the Quran which states that the evidence of two women will be equal to one man? Is it there in the Quran? Yes. Really? Are you sure? You're not too sure? Yes, it is there in the Quran. On matters, for example, where there's a financial transaction, put it down in writing. Okay? Put it down in writing, financial transactions. And if you do not have 2 male witnesses, then 1 man and 2 women. So the hadith says this is evidence. This is evidence that women are inferior to men. Is that so? No, it's not. How can you demonstrate it? That this hadith is in conflict with the Quran. That is the methodology that you have to use in dealing with these hadith. Yeah.
On that, Sheikh Ali Mustafa, is there any question of these questions you would like to respond to?
Well, I think I like to point that last one, the verse in Surah Al-Ahzab. Also, on the last one, the verse in the Quran which shows that the men and women stand on same level before Allah. Okay. There's the verse in Surah Ahzab, besides other verses, Inna al-Muslimin al-Muslimat, wal-Mu'minin al-Mu'minat, wal-Qanitin wal-Qanitat, wal-Sadiqin wal-Sadiqat. There are 10 categories of believers mentioned, both in this, not generally in the Quran, when the male gender plural has been mentioned, include female also. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu, all believers, means everybody who's believer, okay? All mu'minin means all male and female believers. But in this particular verse, it seems that Allah wants to impress upon us that all the 10 categories of believers, male and female, and both the genders have been mentioned, are on par before Allah. Whoever does good deeds and they worship Allah, they obey Allah, then they have got great reward for Allah. So the reward won't be less because it's a woman, or the degree will not be less because it's a woman. That's what I wanted to say.
Shukran. So we'll start the next round of questions. Just before we do that, I just want to announce we're going to be sending around the donation box. So please, if you no obligation, it's donations, no obligation, but okay. So we can commence with the next round of questions. There's a question here, so I'll proceed. Yeah. First. Well, I'm taking the cue from you. Who's first? And then you second.
My name is Khadija, and my question is with regard to polygamy. Some men do practice polygamy, but there is a condition that you must treat each and every one fairly. Now, some men do get married with the 2nd and 3rd and 4th, but yet they can't afford it. So how do you explain that? Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't understand the question.
I'll explain it. You want to repeat? Yes, yeah, please. You can repeat.
Okay, my question is with regard to polygamy. One of the conditions is that when a man gets married to the 2nd or 3rd wife, he must be able to afford it or treat them fairly. So some men do get married to the 2nd and 3rd, but yet they can't afford it. How do you explain that?
Yeah, behind you.
Sharif Muhammad. Sheikh, I would like to ask you a question in the sense that it's more to, I may be exposing my ignorance in the sense that I have not done an intensive study on Gog, Magog, Dajjal, and I would like you to sort of arm me. So if we go into that field and with non-Muslims and on this particular topic, they will mention to me and they'll tell me who is Gog and Magog. Are they males or females? And when will Gog be born? When will Magog be born? And when will Dajjal come? And what's their purpose? And why is it relevant to this in this time and age for me to bring up the topic with these non-Muslims? The ayat in the Quran where Allah says, we've created mankind into O assembly of jinn and men, you shall travel through the zones of the universe, not except with my permission. Now, we know Iblis, Lucifer, who was expelled because he did not want to submit to man. What's the interaction between Iblis, Lucifer, and Gog and Magog? And where will there be some form of an interaction in the sense that Lucifer did tell Almighty Allah that he will mislead the children of Bani Adam? Now, will there be also a violent interaction, or Iblis trying to seduce Gog and Magog, or Dajjal? These are all complicated questions. I would like you just to, in a nutshell, to explain to me, please.
Shukran. Okay, I would prefer, before you already had a chant, there's a gentleman here. You say, I'll take one. There's none? Okay. Proceed.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I know several French people that tried to make hijrah and to establish a Muslim village in North Africa, Tunisia and Morocco. I think you have heard about these attempts that failed. So I wanted to ask you some what kind of advice could you give to us? Thank you.
Three questions. So we'll take those three questions as that, finishing this round, and we'll continue with the next round. Please proceed, Maulana Imran or Sheikh Ali Mustafa. Whoever wants to go first.
You first.
Assalamu alaikum. There's the question concerning polygamy. Some people say that we shouldn't use this word because in Christian, polygamy actually means when a person just illegally get other women. So this will say we see multiple marriages. Okay. The Quran is clear that you may marry one, besides 1, 2, 3, 4. The very first verse mentioned in Surah Imran. Surah Nisa. This is at the end of Imran. There's Surah Nisa. But if you are not able to be just or fair, fawahidatan, or ma malakat aymanukum. Now that there is a lot of discussion in this, and there is a lot of studies to be done further in this, because even that has been misunderstood or misinterpreted or misacted upon. Ma malakat aymanukum. Okay, but we don't go in that right now. It means to say that if one has to marry another woman, then he should be fair. Second one, third one, or fourth one. It should be fair. From the practice of the Prophet and the Sahaba, it seems to us when we study that it doesn't mean that you have to be very rich in order to marry. Okay? Because the lifestyle of a Muslim is a simple one. But one should be able to provide the basic means of sustenance. Okay. And fairness also. It is not just like you have got sheep and you just give them food and don't worry about them. Human beings are different. So if a man marries another woman, it's not just only giving her money, but he must give her also attention. He should be fair in their dealings. Some people take it in the sense of that if a man has got a second wife or a third wife, then if he gives the one a dress, then he should get the same dress to all three of them. You see? Okay, be that as it may. But if one is not able to be fair according to the Quran, then it is better to keep to one. In other words, one should, and as the sister was saying, if you can't afford, then you should not, because you should be able to afford to do it. Okay? If you can't afford, you are going to bring misery to the other person. You will be unjust and questionable before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As for those who want to get into this, remember the hadith where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is reported to have said that if a man has got 2 wives, and that may apply to 3 or 4 also, and he is only looking at the one and not at the others. That means to say he doesn't pay attention to the other ones, but he hangs on one only and neglecting the others. On the day of Qiyamah, he will have a problem, because his one face will be faced off from the other side. Means he will be punished in a terrible way. This is something we should be, the man, care about. You have to be also strong as a man if you have to marry even first one, let alone second one. And we all know, those who are married amongst us, that it is not very easy to manage the wife. You have to be a man in order to marry a woman. That is the thing. And of course, the responsibility is on your shoulder. So therefore, I mean, Maulana was saying about in the Muslim village, there should not be this problem. But therefore, unless we become really sincere with Allah, totally devoted and absolutely dedicated, we will not be able to do it or do it correctly. Okay, it's not a joke. It's not just for fun that we marry, but we do it in order to please Allah, in order to have a balanced and a good, harmonious social life, whereby the needs of all are seen into. That is what it is. And I hope the message has gone through. And if there is any addition, maybe anybody, maybe Maulana can say something extra. But that's what I have to say on it.
What Sheikh Ali Mustafa is telling you is that if you want to have a second and a third or a fourth wife, you better have a PhD in psychology. What he also didn't say is he's so lucky. His wife has said, no problem, anytime you want to take another wife, you can do it. May Allah bless his wife. Allah blessed him with a very good wife. She's sitting somewhere inside the back there. MashaAllah. It is going to be a little difficult in this question and answer session to identify who are Gog and Magog, who is Dajjal, and answer all these questions, because these are very complex subjects. But I did mention that, in my opinion, Gog and Magog is located in the Anglo-American Judeo-Christian alliance, which today is the Zionist alliance. What's the relationship between Iblis and Dajjal, between Iblis and Gog and Magog? I think I did mention that Iblis is a jinn, and Allah never created any jinn as evil. So Iblis was not created as an evil being. Iblis had a choice, and he made the choice to disobey, and he'll be punished for that. But Dajjal was created as an evil being. قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ مِنْ شَرِّ مَا خَلَقَ. Where is the evil that Allah created? Evil cannot exist in the universe as have an objective existence in the universe as a star, as a moon, or as a piece of rock or something. Evil has to be located in a being with choice. And only two beings have choice: human beings and jinn. And neither human beings nor jinn have been created evil. No. Human beings have choice, and they choose to be believers or kuffar. Okay? The only thing in the whole of Allah's creation who's created evil is Dajjal. That's your first and most important difference between Iblis and Dajjal. In consequence of which, it should be fairly simple for us to conclude that Dajjal is not going to be subjected to judgment on Judgment Day and to be rewarded or punished by Allah. No. It should be fairly simple to conclude that since he was created as an evil being, he has no responsibility. He's not responsible for his conduct. Indeed, what he does, his actions will not have the word conduct for it. Human beings have conduct. Jinn have conduct. but not Dajjal. No, Dajjal is action. Conduct is an ethical word. Ethical word. And that when Dajjal is killed, there is no resurrection for him. No. He passes into non-existence. But this is the kind of thinking that is very difficult for people to accept because nobody has thought about this subject. Nobody has explored this subject. So I would not be surprised if people find it difficult to accept these views. For Gog and Magog it's a little bit more difficult. We know that the 999 for Jahannam would be Ahlu Ya'juj wa Ma'juj, the people who follow Gog and Magog. Okay? And they are therefore responsible for their conduct. Allah did not create you in tight blue jeans. That was your choice, to wear tight blue jeans, which you are dressed and yet you're looking naked. All the shape of the body is there on display before the whole world. So you are responsible for your conduct and you are following Gog and Magog, and hence you belong to Ahlu Ya'juj wa Ma'juj. But the original Gog and Magog, it is extremely difficult for us to locate, identify the original ones. All we can say is that they're located within this group, the Anglo-American Judeo-Christian Zionist Alliance. And what is the fate of the original Gog and Magog, not those who follow them, that I don't know, because there's no material that I can use on the basis of which I can answer. What is your advice for Muslims in Europe? Answer: if you can make hijrah, my advice is to do it. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, but not Libya. Not Libya. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. And when you make hijrah, don't go to the cities. No. Go to the remote Moroccan countryside, the remote Algerian countryside. And the Algerians are always telling me how beautiful the countryside is. How beautiful the countryside is, yeah. The remote Tunisian countryside. And seek refuge there in small communities. But if you cannot make hijrah out of France, then what do? The same thing for the United States. The same thing for Canada and Britain. You get out of the cities and towns and you go to the remote countryside, wherever you are, and you cannot get out of that country. And in those remote countryside locations are small communities with a low profile. Why? Because of Suratul Kahf. وَلْيَتَلَطَّفْ وَلَا يُشْعِرَنَّ بِكُمْ أَحَدًا إِنَّهُمْ يَظْهَرُ عَلَيْكُمْ يَرْجُمُّكُمْ أَوْ يُعِيدُوكُمْ فِي مِلَّتِهِمْ وَلَنْ تُفْلِحُوا إِذًا أَبَدًا. Low profile. Because if they find your profile, they're going to come after you. That is a solution for Muslims resident in Europe.
Ali,
yes,
yeah.
please proceed.
Assalamu alaikum. Now the question of the Dajjal. I think, before the question comes again, that we will have to say, I'm responding to Maulana Imran, that the Dajjal therefore will have to be an exception, istisna, because according to hadith, and actually Maulana said it also, the Dajjal is not a jinn but from the human species. You see? So if he is from the human species, when you say he will be a Jew, or from the Jew, then he will necessarily have to be an exception. That cannot be a general rule that the human beings, all of them are responsible, are questionable. So if the evil that is created is the Dajjal and is a human, then he has to be an exception. That is what my suggestion is. So please.
Okay, I have an additional comment to make on this. It's a very fascinating subject to discuss, particularly among scholars. وَلَقَدْ karramna bani Adam. That all the progeny of Adam, all those human beings who are the progeny of Adam alayhi salam, have been honored by Allah. Dajjal has not been honored by Allah. Are all human beings from Adam alayhi salam? That's the next question. Is there the possibility that you can have a human being who is not from Adam alayhi salam? That's the question. Kullukum min Adam wa Adamu min teen. You are all from Adam, and Adam is from dust. So I choose to get out of this difficulty by suggesting as a solution that whoever or whatever that creation is that we call Dajjal, Dajjal is going to appear in the form of a human being. That's what is important for us. Is it possible for an angel to appear as a human being, apart of course from your wife? Is it possible for an angel to appear as a human being? Yes. Which one? Jibreel alayhi salam. Is it possible for a jinn to appear as a human being? Got lots of them in Washington, yeah. Huh? Iblis came as a human being. Huh? So yes, since an angel can appear as a human being, since the jinn can appear in human form, okay, murabbib, what is it? A breed which is both human and jinn. A hadith about that. Not know that. Murabbib. There's a strange hadith. Very, very few people have encountered this hadith about the product of a human and jinn coming together. Anyhow, that's too difficult. So possibly the answer is that whatever Allah created as Dajjal, has to be a different creation altogether, because an evil creation. قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ مِنْ شَرِّ مَا خَلَقَ. And that this evil creation is released on the island of Britain, but is not as yet in our world of space and time, our biological world. It is in the Samawat. And that this evil being will eventually emerge, be born of Jewish parents. Not any Jewish parents. He has to have lineage with Dawood alayhi salam. Otherwise the Jews are not going to accept him. So he has to be born as a child from parents who trace their ancestry, the royal blood of Dawood alayhi salam. And he grows up as a Jew. Otherwise they won't accept him as the Messiah. So Dajjal appears in human form. That is the best of my thought on the subject. Yeah.
Shukran. So we'll start the next round. Any questions from the floor? There's one you were first. So I'll go there and then, okay.
Murakkab, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's done? Yeah, son.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have a few questions. One of the questions.
Only two.
I'll try to. The question is open to both sheikhs, inshallah. There's a beautiful hadith Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam described that the Khilafah will return, and it's something that we are waiting for. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam emphasized about that. He says that لا تزال طائفة من أمتي ظاهرين على الحق لا يضرهم من خذلهم ولا من خالفهم. And here the question comes is, we have seen a group who call themselves الدولة الإسلامية في العراق والشام, and they are fighting in Iraq and Syria and all this area, and we have come to realize the entire world is against them. It's you have seen even the Arab rulers, all of them, they are sending their intelligence, their weapon for the destruction of this group. Can we say that these people, they are on al-haq? Because there was another hadith that says al-haq ma shahadahu al-adu, which is the truth is what the enemy of Allah witness. And that's the first question. The second question is with regard is the Dajjal, and the Sheikh says about the Dajjal maybe exists, but there was a description Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam he has given to this ummah, which the other prophet they haven't, which is, he said, I will tell you something about Dajjal, and he has one eye, which is the right eye or the left eye, I'm not quite sure. And we have seen the dollar sign and all these kind of things. I just want a clarification, because the Prophet ﷺ said he will come with 70,000 Jewish army in Khurasan. So now my question is, there are so many Jewish in Iran than any part of the world. Are we saying these people are the Dajjal will appear in Iran and Khurasan? Where's it?
Maulana, if the story about the island and the encounter with Dajjal, could you expand on the sources of that? And the second question I have is with regard to Khidr or Khizr and the story of the Ruh. Many commentators say the Ruh is a reference to Jibreel alayhi salam. But if you read the Quran, or my interpretation as I've read it is, the Ruh is something separate from a creation of the angels. So if you could just expand on that, please.
Before you. I just want to, there's a question that related to the first one. I missed it, sorry. It was a written one. And it's related to the first one on Syria and Iraq. What is the opinion on Hezbollah and the Syrian government in the jihad waged currently in Akhir al-Zamaan, looking at their position towards the Palestinians, and also the good relation between Russia? I think that's a separate question. I'll take one last question before we go to the next round. I'll only take a few, 3 for the round. Unfortunately, that person was before you.
Shukran, Brother Fakhri. This will be my last question. Sheikh, I just want you to give us your opinion on madrasas or madaris here in this country. Are we with our madaris or madrasas on the right path in teaching our children the way we are currently doing? They are doing a very good job in teaching us our Arkan Islam, our Arkan Iman, how we must make salah, how we must perform hajj, how we must fast and all that. But I feel there's a great part lacking in our madaris that we should teach our children, and I believe that one must bend the tree while it's young. A subject like this, like we have dealt with over the past 3 days here, is so important, and we are not getting this information at a very young age. We are all here in this room, we are all adults, and we are exposed to this information at this late stage. And I believe this should be done at a very, very early stage while we are still young. Is there a need for our madaris in this country to be transformed, or are we on the right path?
Okay, shukran. So Maulana Imran and Sheikh Ali Mustafa, you can proceed with answering those questions.
Okay, last question.
You want me to repeat?
Anyway, I'll take the last question. Okay. If I understand. Sorry, okay. The last question, I want to say a few things on that. Concerning the madrasas in this country, I would say not only in this country, but in wherever Muslims are having madaris. I don't know how well the madrasas are doing, and I don't know, but I don't think all of them are on the same level. You got madrasas for small ones learning just to read Quran, but you've got madrasas for bigger boys, you think, who are studying fiqh and everything relating to Muslim life, Quran, Qira'at, and all. They read hadith and so on. Of course, you got the higher stage where they try to become maybe small alim and things like that. I think I'm saying correct. Okay. The problem what I see in the madaris is those who are running the madaris. This is the madrasas. Let me use English plural for those who don't know Arabic. The madrasas, the Islamic religious schools. First of all, the concept of integration is not there. Some have thought about it, integration and knowledge, whereby we don't have a distinction or a difference between religious knowledge and secular knowledge, but we treat knowledge on the basis of Tawheed as one. That is one thing which is not there, and most of the madrasas I know of, they are generally just religious schools, okay, Islamic religious schools. You have also Hifz schools also, where the students just only do Hifz and that's it, and then for those years they don't attend the school. Some students who attend madrasas, some if want to leave from the school and only do that. But for us, the Muslim community anywhere and even here, they could have madrasas whereby they do integrated teaching, but for that to happen, we need to do our own thing. We cannot have the madrasa sponsored by the government and then want to have it our way, because then if they sponsor it, they will bring their rules. Okay, they have to teach according to what they want. That's the thing. Another problem is also a concept of knowledge, of education also, that you need to have the heads of the madrasa to understand these. If we think that the secular school is good for the student to go to, that they can get a certificate to get a job, and this one they have to do it in order to preserve their iman. You see, that's the way we look at it. Then you don't get an integrated Muslim. So this subject of Akhir al-Zamaan and so on is just some subjects which necessarily should have it. But unless the heads of the madrasas have got this idea that it is necessary, it will not be done. You see, there's a lot of work to be done in madaris all around the world. One of these very sore points is the students who are studying to read Quran. I have seen it and it is paining me very much. And if you know about it, you will know what I'm talking about. Students are being mistreated. If a Hafiz student, for instance, doesn't know his lesson, he's beaten. This is happening. And they believe you have to beat him, because otherwise he won't become a good Hafiz. He has to, there's necessary part of it, not necessary. But anyway, the madrasas in general, the Alimi Institute, Maulana has started it in order to have an integrated, balanced alim who has the religious knowledge as well as the knowledge of the world as well. Okay, it was not 100% as he wanted it, because also he needed to have the teachers who are able to teach all that. Maulana is telling just now that one of his teachers was teaching something which he could not understand. He asked Maulana, and because the teacher himself needs to come on that level. But at least the head had the concept. So in order to be able to have madrasas like that, which will teach Islam in an integrated way, we'll have to have the heads of the madrasas to get that understanding. And I think that is a very, very difficult object. If we can do that, then I think we may be able to achieve that which you are suggesting, which I think is a nice idea, but I don't know how we're going to go about it. Maybe Maulana has got a solution to that problem.
The state in which we are today is staring us before our eyes, despite the fact that we have more institutions of Islamic learning, the madaris and the jamia. We have more maulanas and shuyukh and muftis than ever before in our history. If you want to know what kind of progress we have made so far, just go to the place where wudu is being performed and take a handkerchief with you to wipe your tears. If we cannot even respond to the fitna of the age in a matter that is as essential and as vital as wudu, what chance do we have to succeed in responding to the fitna of the age on another battlefield, that of dinar and dirham? If we are in a mess today, don't blame the politicians most of all. No. Don't blame the bankers most of all. No. Don't blame absentee mothers and part-time mothers most of all. No. If we are in the mess in which we are today, blame most of all the scholars of Islam. When we seek to correct the issue, how do we produce scholars of Islam who have the capacity to recognize the reality of the age and to respond to it appropriately? And there's never been an age like this in all human history. We see that the solution lies not just in the people, but the institutions who are producing the people. Sheikh Ali Mustafa is correct. We both got this from Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari. You need a new model of institutions of Islamic learning. You need, in your new model, to equip the student with the capacity to penetrate the modern age, which means penetrating modern knowledge, for example. And there is an explosion of knowledge. An explosion, a stupendous explosion of knowledge, extending the frontiers of knowledge in every single discipline of knowledge. That's the way it is today. So you need to extend your curriculum to study all this explosion in the world of knowledge. It would be surprising to you that Sheikh Ali Mustafa and I, as students of an institution of Islamic learning, we had to study the Islamic philosophy of history. Where did you ever hear of this? What kind of man is this Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari? The Islamic philosophy of history? Yeah, it's because I was taught the Islamic philosophy of history that I can grapple with al-Akhir al-Zamaan today. That's why. That we were taught the Islamic, you will not believe this one. At the Alimi Institute of Islamic Studies, we were taught the Islamic philosophy of science. What kind of man is this Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari? The Islamic philosophy of science is not just expanding the curriculum to embrace all these disciplines of knowledge. It is also the methodology for the pursuit of knowledge, where the Quran comes first. Everything comes after the Quran comes first. It is also the methodology for the pursuit of knowledge in which you have the different stages. And where unless you reach to the highest stage of religion, you will not be able to connect the dots. Because knowledge at that level is in dots. And you got to be able to connect them, and Washington can't do that. The think tanks of Washington can't do that. It is only when you have spiritual insight, and spiritual insight comes with nur, and nur comes only from Allah. Huh? All of this is part of the equipment that you need to be able to penetrate the reality of the world today and to respond to it appropriately. So, yes, our institutions of Islamic learning have to be reconstructed. Can we do it? Maulana Ansari tried. For 10 glorious, beautiful years, from 1964 to 1974. That's it. And we were lucky to be there at that time. You, South Africa, you're lucky. You have Sheikh Ali Mustafa here in Cape Town, and you have Dr. Mohsin Ibrahim in Durban. You have two of them. But once Maulana Fadlur Rahman Ansari rahimahullah died, that was it. They could not maintain the institute. So now it has become a shadow. It's still there, but a shadow of what he wanted. Briefly now, because time is running out, the one eye of Dajjal on the US dollar bill, it's a sign. It's not Dajjal himself. It's like the footprints, for you to check, to understand that the monetary system has been penetrated by Dajjal. 70,000 Jews from Khorasan. I think that Iran has more. The story of Iran has more in it than we've seen so far. And the Iranian people, I believe, I feel sad to say so, the Iranian people may be destined to become like the Pakistani people. The Pakistani people have never had the freedom to have their own government. No. Governments in Pakistan, in order to survive, must become shoe shine boys of the Zionists. And if there is anyone leading Pakistan who is not prepared to be a shoe shine boy of the Zionists, then like Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and like Ziaul Haq in his later years, you are finished. They finish you off. The only way you can survive in Pakistan as a leader is if you are a shoe shine boy of Washington. Iran has had leaders with great integrity. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was a man we could be proud of. a great leader, a man we can be proud of. While others were sleeping in 6-star hotels and driving around in chauffeur-driven plush motor cars and a whole aeroplane for yourself and so on, in 6-star comfort up there in the sky, this man would sleep on the ground. And eat the simplest of food, setting a noble example. Incorruptible. You couldn't buy Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. I hope I can meet with him one day. When Hugo Chavez died, only one leader in the world of Islam went to honor him at his funeral. Only one. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. So you can say what you want about him. I'll just dust it off the table. That's what it is, it's dust. So they couldn't make a deal with him. But I believe the wind of change is coming now in Iran. And I fear for what is now possible, that a deal might be attempted with Iran, and as a consequence, if the leadership of Iran, and I hope my words reach them, if the leadership of Iran is deceived, and that is always possible now, if they are deceived, then Iran could end up as another Pakistan. And the hadith about 70,000 Jews from Isfahan would come to pass. But we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala may guide the leaders of Iran that they may not be deceived. What is the source of this hadith about Britain, the island? It's the hadith of Tamim Udari, which is in Sahih Muslim. Tell me something about Khidr. Give me 1 hour and I'll do that. What is the ruh? The 3 questions. What is the ruh? It was a tricky question. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ. And they questioned thee concerning the ruh. The ruh could be the human spirit, the ruh. At the end of Surah Al-Ma'idah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks to Nabi Isa alayhi salam. Did you tell them to worship me and my mother beside Allah? Did you do that? He says, no, I never do that. You know what is in my nafs, I know what is in your nafs. So Allah has a nafs, but Allah also has ruh. وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي. So which ruh are they questioning about? The divine ruh, the Hindus call Paramatma, or the human ruh, or تَنَزَّلُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ وَالرُّوحُ, Jibreel alayhi salam. A tricky question. That's why they asked the question, to trick him. The relationship with Hezbollah and the Syrian government and their jihad, whoever stands up to oppose and resist Zionist oppression is valuable to us. If I make a mistake, correct me. Al-kafiruna ba'duhum awliya'u ba'd illam tafa'alu takun fitnatun fil ardi wa fasadun kabir. That world out there, they make alliances. The world of kufr. They are constantly making alliances. Ba'duhum bi ba'd. If you do not do the same with like-minded people, takun fitnatun fil ardi wa fasadun kabir. Surah Al-Anfal. If you do not seek to make alliances with like-minded forces, there is going to be great fitna in the world and fasad. And so wherever in the world we find people, we got one from France, yeah? Wherever in the world we find people who are standing up to Zionist oppression, you would not know it, but the fellow from France would know about Diodoni and would know about Aline Soral and others. In Russia, Alexander Dugin, who I met in Moscow. Wherever you find these people who are standing up to Zionist oppression, wherever they are, even here in Cape Town, whether they be Christian or Jew or Hindu or whoever they are, if we do not seek to make alliances with them, says the Quran, there will be great fitna in the world and fasad. Hezbollah is standing up to Israel. Yes, Hezbollah is Shia. The Syrian government is standing up to Israel. Yes. Why do you think they want them to remove the Syrian government? The Syrian government has made an alliance with Russia, and Russia is standing up to the Zionists. Russia is standing up to the Gog and Magog alliance. Where is the evidence? Just look at homosexuality. They all advancing the agenda of homosexuality. What is Russia doing? What is Russia doing? Relations with Rome, it is Iran. Amongst all the Muslim countries, it is Iran which has pioneered an alliance with Rome. None of the Sunni, so-called Sunni Muslim countries are doing what Iran is doing, an alliance with Rome. I hope and pray that these seminars and retreats that we have been organizing and the internet might be a means through which we can educate our people, and that a generation will come after us of scholars. And we are establishing now an institute of Islamic eschatology. We have in our midst here today one who is sitting with us, who is doing the yeoman's job of establishing that institute of Islamic eschatology, building the buildings. He's brought the photographs with me, he showed me what they've done and so on. We have accommodation already for 8 students, built already. We need another 2 buildings to be built, so then we'll have accommodation for 24. And I said, once we have accommodation for 24, you're going to first the seminar on Islamic eschatology for 1 week. You don't pay, you come, you get accommodation, free of charge. We're not going to cook for you. No. So tell your mama to teach you to cook. You're going to be doing your own cooking. Okay? If you have the means to buy the groceries and so on, you buy your own groceries. We will have a shop there. And those who do not have the means, we'll provide sadaqah. So you'll do your own cooking. Okay? We have the plan of the masjid. The classes will be in the masjid. But every morning, after Salatul Fajr, you'll go back to your hut, you'll drink a cup of coffee. You know, the Prophet said 3 things have been made dear to me in the world of yours. Number 1, salat. Number 2, perfume, fragrance. And number 3, women and nisa. Well, I added a 4th. Coffee. So you drink your cup of coffee, then you recite the Quran, your portion of the Quran for the day. And once you recited that portion of the Quran for the day outside, we have a garden plot where you're going to be doing some farming of food crops. We'll have animals, dairy farming, and there'll be someone there to teach you. And you go out there and you work for 1 hour. Everybody. After that 1 hour, you go back, you take a shower, you take your breakfast, and by 9:30 you're in the masjid. And then I will teach from 9:30 to 11:30. After that, don't come to me, don't bother me, leave me for the rest of the day. You have other teachers to teach you. So this Institute of Islamic Eschatology, hopefully within the next few months, within the next 1 year, inshallah, we hope to start functioning. It's not going to offer you a course of studies for 2 years or 5 years. You don't need 5 years to study Islamic eschatology. Not all. Maximum that you need maybe is about 3 months. But we'll package it. We'll have a 1 week course. We have a 1 month course. We have a 3 months course. Once you have a visa, you can stay. We're not in the business of getting visas for you. People who come from Europe, wherever in the world they go, they get 3 months. Others might get 1 month or so. But once you have a visa, you're free to stay with us. No charge for accommodation. You cook your own food. No charge for classes. No, free of charge. And at the end, when you study and you go back, you must teach others what you've learned here.
Sheikh Ali, if you want to just conclude on this.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to add, or rather comment on the question on the ruh. Actually, in the English translation or commentaries, you might not find it. I don't think you'll find it, that's what I've seen, because they don't go into this, what I want to say here. You have, those of you who can read Arabic, go into check Tabari, Al-Qurtubi, Baydawi, and other Arabic tafasir. You find it mostly in the tafsir of the Surah Inna anzalna fi laylatil qadr, Surah Al-Qadr. Now, the general view is that Ar-Ruh mentions there, Tanazzalul Malaikatu wa-Ruh, is Jibreel alayhi salam, and that also holds on with there is a hadith which mentioned is Kana Laylatul Qadr Nazala Jibreel fi طبقة من الكبكبة من الملائكة. That one refers to that one. So therefore, some of the ulama say it is Jibril. Jibril is also referred to as Ruh in the Quran, mentioned as Ruh al-Amin. Surah al-Nahl, for instance, Ruh al-Amin, نزل به Ruh al-Amin على قلبك لتكون من المرسلين. So من المرسلين, that is the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam or the Anbiya alayhim salam. So he comes with the revelation on your heart so that you may be among the messengers. But the thing is that what I wanted to point out to, now the one in Surah Isra, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ, and they question thee about the ruh. Now the ruh can also be the ruh insan, the human beings, the ruh of the human being, the soul, okay? But our ruh, according to this tafasir, there is another dimension which they mention, and that is something very interesting, and you may go and read it if you can. They say that a ruh actually refers to a particular angel. The biggest of all the angels is so big that if he opens his mouth, all the angels can go in it. Now this seems so fantastic if we know about angels and other ahadith. When we study about this world, this universe in which we are, we'll see that normal, science, physical science, we know that it is very small. The solar system is very small. Stars are in the billions and billions. So, for an angel to be bigger than the earth, to be bigger than the sun, or be bigger than even the whole galaxy, it's not a great thing. For us, it's very great, but in the whole universe, it is not very big. I think you can follow me. Huh? It's relatively speaking. Okay. So, what is possible? Okay. There are different books also. Mukhatabat is one of the books, and this is all in Arabic literature, where you'll find descriptions of these. This is just interesting. But another thing is that the thing which I want to point out is the ayah and where the question is. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows, of course, best. He knows all about it. He knows if there is a big angel like this, of course Allah knows. Why Allah does not mention, He could have explained about the ruh. But the answer is, قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي وَمَا أُوتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. Bas. Allah doesn't say more than that. He says, say, the ruh is from the command of my Lord, and you haven't been given more or knowledge of it except very little. Now, one word more concerning the command, Amr Rabbi. Now, Mawlana Ansari and his, what you call the Ilm al-Kalam, Islamic philosophy, he mentions about the Alim al-Khalq wa Alim al-Ruh. Okay? The Quran also speaks about that. Okay? Walaw al-Khalq wal-Amr. The Khalq and Amr belongs to him, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So there is the realm of creation and the realm of command. Okay, the realm in the kingdom, you may say, you see, or the universe of creation and the universe of command. Now, creation we know, the created universe, what we know of. But there's another one, the realm of command. What is that? Now, Malala used to sometimes speak about that in relation to miracles. That miracle may be originating from that, because some people who do not accept miracles or who deny it, they say this is against the natural laws. How much of natural law do we know? Even the created universe, we don't know much. We know some law and we think we know it all. We know very, very little. But the point here is that Allah Ta'ala says that ruh comes from the realm of amr, of command, from the universe of command. It's not from the universe of creation. It's from the universe of command. And you have got very little knowledge of that. And Allah Ta'ala doesn't go in detail because it doesn't. We need not know everything to be guided. So what we need for our guidance in this life, that is in the Quran. More than that is not necessary. Remember the ayat in Surah, it's in Surah Al-Maidah, where Allah Ta'ala cautions us, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu la tas'alu an ashya'a in tubda lakum tasu'ukum in tubda lakum tasu'ukum wa in tas'alu anha hina yunazzalu al-Qur'an tubda lakum afallahu anha. then Allah Ta'ala says, do not, O believers, do not ask things which, if they are revealed to you, it will harm you, or it will make you feel unhappy, or it may put you in a difficult state. But if you persist and ask, it can be revealed to you. And people before you have asked. And you know about the Bani Israel, they used to ask many questions. And the Prophet ﷺ was speaking about kasratu su'alihim ila anbiya'ihim. They used to ask the Prophet too many questions. And the classic example of that is in Surah Al-Baqarah. That's why Surah Al-Baqarah is called Al-Baqarah. When they were questioning about the cow, they did not want to sacrifice or slaughter the cow because they knew they would be exposed because a man was killed. They were protecting the killer. So they keep on asking questions, and that is not good. And that is one thing. So in this question about the ruh, Allah has given an answer which should be enough. It is just like when a small child asks questions which is beyond him. Sometimes a mother is pregnant and they ask, why is your mommy's belly so big? Now, what are you going to tell the child? You see, what are you going to tell the child? Sometimes you don't know what to say. You see, but you may say, well, mommy is getting a baby. You may say that, which is truthful. But people in all the time they used to don't say that. They will tell the child some cock and bull story. I used to believe. Till I was more than nearly 10, I used to believe really that the child comes by the what you call the stork. The stork being the child. You know, we used to believe it. But nowadays they believe that you tell the child everything, and that is also wrong. You see? So you give an answer which is correct without going into detail because you're not ripe enough to know more. So maybe that's what Allah is doing with us here. Because it's not necessary to know all about the ruh because it is bigger than us. So Allah says, "Kul ruh min amri Rabbi, ama utitum min al-ilmi illa qalila."
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Mr. MC, we'd like you to exercise the value judgment. I want you to ask the 64.
No. Sorry, sir.
Time.
You cannot take the what's his name, Maulana. I have been part of this group for long. I know Maulana is unfortunately tired now, and we cannot allow any further questions because I think Maulana has indicated that he's tired, and we have to respect that. So please respect that. If you want to ask questions afterwards, you could, but for the session, I think we have to, unfortunately, call it close. We thank, in fact, all the questioners and the contributors for their contributions. It was much appreciated, and I trust it behoves me to say to Maulana Imran N Hosein once again, it's always a pleasure for a student to say to his teacher, Alhamdulillah, thank you for everything that you have contributed to our learning and our understanding, and for the person you are. And Alhamdulillah, may Allah protect you always, and may Allah bless you, and Allah grant you a high place in Jannah, inshallah. And for Sheikh Ali Mustafa being here in our midst, I appeal to everybody who's here. Sheikh Ali Mustafa is here now, and we have a great person in him to guide us as well, inshallah. So I thank you as well for your guidance, Sheikh Ali Mustafa, and for all your contributions today. For the audience, for the participants, we thank you, and I'm sure Maulana, on behalf of Maulana, we extend his greetings and thanks to you for your participation. We have also international guests here. I forgot to, in fact, mention them initially. Thank you for coming and gracing us with your presence. It was indeed an honor having you here. And you will be extending your stay because there's other programs during this week. So we thank you for your presence, and we pray that Allah protect you. And when you go home, inshallah, that your journey will be safe, and inshallah you won't forget us, and our bonds will become closer, inshallah. And also for the people to embrace our guests. Won't mention where they're from because for certain reasons, security reasons. But inshallah, alhamdulillah, I have benefited tremendously It's just before we close, there's a few announcements that I have to make as usual. That's unfortunate. So the program continues, of course, on Tuesday at Park Road Masjid. Sorry, is there anything? Oh. Park Road Masjid at 7 o'clock. And that will be, let me just confirm here, on Tuesday, at 7 o'clock at Darul Qarar Masjid in Park Road, Weinberg. The topic is the introduction to the religious thought of Maulana Dr. Fazlur Rahman Ansari. And then on Thursday, on the 27th, at 7 o'clock as well, at Brooklyn Masjid in Brooklyn. The topic there, very important topic, as all of the topics, confronting sectarianism, the Sunni, Shia, Sufi, Salafi debate, and then that will be followed by the Surah Kahf Majlis. And by the way, we invite everybody here to participate every Thursday night. We, under the guidance of Maulana Imran N Hosein, who has guided us to this, and with the leadership of Sheikh Ali Mustafa on Thursday evenings, we recite at various homes. So if you want to also participate, or you want us to come to your home, then please feel free. We have a Surah Kahf reading every Thursday evening based on the teachings as we've heard. And then on Friday, there will be at Masjid al-Sabr in Parkwood, there will be a Jum'ah. And then Saturday the 1st at 3 o'clock, we will be, Maulana Imran N Hosein will be at Timbuktu Books, where we will be launching the Quranic Foundations, the 2-volume text that you've seen in front of Maulana Dr. Fazlur Rahman Ansari. So yes, so that is it. I don't know if there's any. Oh yes, of course, there's a few. If you want any of these recordings in front, I'm sure people have filled in that form. For those who haven't filled in the form, if you want any recordings, you can just speak to Ibrahim in front. Don't forget to visit our website. Many of these photographs will be on www.imranhosein.org. Also, very importantly, free market. This is a very important contribution that we as the Islamic Network have made. And if you want to speak to Muhammad Abrams Amir in terms of the, I'm speaking about the mint in particular. If you want to have your dirhams, please speak to Muhammad Abrams. Coming back, the free market to Ibrahim Ismail in front, to Hassanain Abdullah and Haji Abdullah Vakhi. So I don't know, in contact details, you can find the contact details on the website. If anyone wants to register, there's a registration form on the website. So with that, I want to ask Sheikh Ali Mustafa, will you please do us a favor?
ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم اللهم ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا واستر عيوبنا وتجاوز عن سيئات أعمالنا وتقبل توبتنا واغسل هوبتنا اللهم خذ بأيدينا واهدنا إلى سواء السبيل واهدنا إلى صراطك المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وصلى الله على خير خلقه محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
Sorry, just one last for those who still want biryani. This biryani at the back, 30 rand. Okay, inshallah.